soon as Darrell gets back, I would ask for a motion. I just, real quickly, for those of you here, we had a special council meeting that began at 5. And during a meeting, when we adjourn into executive session, no decisions are made in that meeting. But I am going to ask council for a motion to adjourn our special council meeting that we've just concluded.
So moved.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So that meeting has been brought to closure. And just, I tell you, just so from an educational standpoint, so everybody understands why we do that, tonight we have 8 public hearings, and I think 1 has come off, so that's a total of 7. That's a lot. We have another executive session at the end. Sometimes it's very difficult to be listening and thinking when it's 11:30 at night. And so to help for a couple of reasons. One is if someone needs to come in, we can say we're going to start at 5 and at least get one action out of the way, but you have to notice it as a special meeting. We can't do it under the same meeting. So it sounds like a formality, but just so you guys understand the why behind what we did, we're just trying to get not push everything to the end of the meeting tonight since we do have 7 public hearings ahead of us. So that said, Monty Sears is with us this evening, and he's going to open us in prayer. So Monty, come on forward. And I would like to say congratulations on the new responsibility that you have assumed.
Thank you very much.
So thank you. Thank you for serving our community.
You bet. It's a
Can we
privilege.
talk what that new responsibility is?
Yes.
The new community relations director at Lifeline Pregnancy Center. Yeah, so very humbled and honored. And I heard you say 11:30 p.m., and I would just like to direct your attention. Someone preached past midnight, and someone fell out of a window and died. So I'll condense my words tonight as well.
But he was healed and lived,
He
right?
was.
Right.
Well, let's pray. Father, your word tells us that we can make our plans, but you're the one that directs our steps. And it's very obvious, Lord, that you have directed the steps of each and every leader that you have raised up. Father, we thank you for each and every public servant. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you for our city council, elected officials, public servants. We thank you for one of the greatest communities in all of America that we are blessed to live in. Father, I ask that you would give each and every city council member, the mayor, wisdom, knowledge, understanding. And Lord, we just pray that your plans would succeed tonight. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we are going to do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And just as a quick FYI for Pastor Sears, he still is pastor, so this is not a change in his responsibility. This is in addition to continuing to serve our community. So thank you to you and Kelly for that work. Thank you. Okay, let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Mutchie?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
I don't have any proposed amendments to the agenda, other than I did notice that we do have one public hearing that has been pulled. And I just need to ask a question regarding that. So I look for it here. I believe. I'm sorry, it's taking me a second to find it. So action item 6.8, public hearing 6.8 says this item has been withdrawn by the applicant. So with that, do we need to acknowledge that with our consent agenda approval as a change to the agenda possibly? And then I guess my question is do we open it and postpone it to a future meeting or actually pull it? And that's a question really for Norm. Do you know on that public hearing?
Once they have officially withdrawn and they send an email indicating that they're withdrawing it, they have no interest in proceeding forward. So it's actually, there's no need to do anything with it.
Okay,
I don't believe.
thank you.
So Mayor, to amend the agenda at this point, since the meeting's already started, the good thing is the amendment is to remove something from consideration rather than putting something on. And so you've already stated the reason, so council can move to amend the agenda as you've said, and
As stated.
away we go. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, unless there are any other proposed amendments to the agenda, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
prior to doing that, I just want to make it known that item 1-4B is a project that our office is involved with, but it's just an authorization to allow a public hearing, so I'll be voting. I don't need to abstain.
Correct. Thank you.
And I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda as proposed. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Summerfield?
Yes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is legislative updates, and unless council has anything that they would like to share this evening, there's a lot going on in our legislature at this time. It's been a very, very busy session, and there's a lot of decisions impacting cities in a lot of different areas. But at this time, I'm not going to give any specific updates unless Councilman Haverfield, would you like to give any updates? Or
Well, I would just say that the meeting on Saturday, I think, was a good start for our local legislators to start listening to the voice of those of us that are involved at the local level. They have a tendency to fly at a 30,000-foot level and see things differently, but then as they are around friends and people that they're involved with in the community, they see that there's a lot more dynamic and a lot more things happening here. So I think it's an ongoing dialogue that's going to take place. I was very encouraged by the ability to talk to them together and then individually as well. So I thought it was a good meeting.
That's good. And I think in that you've mentioned it, one thing that's important that I've been reminded is that when the bill, and this is House Bill 409 that's now moved over to the Senate, it says it's a property tax freeze. It is not a property tax freeze. It is a budget. It limits city budgets and other budgets, but it is not a property tax freeze. And I think that's probably the greatest misnomer, is that citizens could actually have their taxes go up another 10% this next year because it doesn't affect the overall property tax base.
And I would add to that they could see their services drop off if the freeze takes place.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously we won't be allowed to fund certain positions that we had planned on funding because of that freeze. So there's a lot more happening in that dialogue.
And development.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
And also, one of the things that we need to advise the people is that the freeze does not mean you don't have to pay your taxes. Now,
It's a nice thought.
Yeah, I wish, but that's one thing that they did let us know that is not in there. Yes.
With all that said, I think it's important for our citizens to know that this council is committed to reducing our budget and to managing our budget well. And that's something we're committed to. Watching expenses is so important so that we're not continuing to increase. And so while at the same time, we ensure we don't hand the next generation a mess because we haven't been willing to care for the things that need to be cared for. So that said, just know that when we're concerned about a piece of legislation, it isn't that we don't support the reduction in property taxes. What we really want to say is our legislature needs to own what their part is in the whole assessed values and the property tax situation that's going on. And everybody. Yes. Okay, so we do not have any proclamations this evening. This next section on the agenda is when Nampa residents that are wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Rick, do we have anyone signed up this evening? Nope. Is there anyone that had intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening? Okay, see none. Mayor and council comments. You know what I think we need to do for our first council comment? Say, Darrell Brunner, please join me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Darrell. Happy birthday to you.
Boy, that's not a bad choir. Good thing I wasn't a part of it. Thank you very much. There's no place I'd rather be. Doesn't that sound like a politician?
Yeah.
Mayor Kling. We
Yes.
also have another birthday, and that's Glenn Rimby. Today he turns 39, right, Glenn? That was yesterday. Good man.
Was that your birthday? I missed it. Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it.
How old
Oh.
are you, Glenn?
Oh.
You want me to say something?
Yes. I think we have one other comment this evening, and Councilman Haverfield would like to share this great news.
Oh, okay, I will. And I was able to share this with our senators and representatives as well on Saturday, that the Napa Development Corporation, 6 years ago when I was allowed to be on that commission after being selected on, or basically elected onto council, we at that time had a budget deficit that was going to the Idaho Center of about 1.4 million a year. So we were in the red that much, plus the Civic Center of about 600,000. So about 2 million a year was coming out of the general budget that the city had. The focus of the Napa Development Corporation at that point, there was a lot of energy, there was a lot of money being spent on a new library, new parking structure, and the public services building. And part of the urban renewal plan was to create infrastructure improvement to help spur economic growth. Things kind of got inverted where the buildings were being built which were non-taxable, which are obviously value added to the city, but there wasn't infrastructure improvements being made. As of this last Napa Development Corporation meeting that we had, we were able to refinance the bonds that were the 2 series of bonds that were passed back then to fund the urban renewal area, and basically reduce the time frame and the interest rate for those 2 bond series to save the citizens, or basically about $5 million in interest payments. But it also gave us an ability now, finally, to get to the point where we're able to put money into the ground in infrastructure improvements to encourage or try to see growth. And so it's a real positive action that took place, and we're quite excited about that. So, but then we get the news from the state level that they want to freeze our new construction income. So it kind of changes things where growth isn't paying for growth. And so that's where that ongoing dialogue needs to take place. And the incentive still needs to be there to see the infrastructure improvements being made, spurring economic growth so people can live and work in Nampa instead of work elsewhere and live here. So very positive news, I think. A lot of hard work that went into that. And so anyway, that I guess is what I needed to say, is that that bond news was worth mentioning.
That's exciting. You know what? When you can save the community $5 million because of the restructure and the stewardship in managing those dollars, that's exciting. So thank you to both of you. Thank you. Darrell and Randy both sit on NDC, and that's awesome.
One thing I wanted to remind too, the senators, since they're the ones that are now looking at House Bill 409, is that Nampa for the last, I think, 3 years in a row has been rated by an agency that basically checks metrics throughout the United States. Nampa's been rated the #1 fiscally run city in the nation for 3 years running, I believe, and that's a real positive thing. And basically what I was told by them is that Nampa is looked upon very favorably. They don't look down on us. They don't compare us with Boise and other areas simply because they feel like we are trying to do things right. But other areas are a little bit more out of control, so they're trying to rein in some spending elsewhere. And so we're kind of getting caught in that wash. But that's where I think moving forward, if we're at the table and we're able to share what we've learned and what we've been able to do, I think that that really opens some doors for us. And so a lot to be said, good things about leadership. It means a lot that things are being done and handled in a very open and transparent way, and we're trying to do the best by our citizens.
Thank you. Agreed. Are there any other mayor council comments this evening? Okay, seeing none. You know, we don't have any agency or commission reports, so the next thing on the agenda is the staff report. Tom Points is going to give us an update on the Amazon development.
Good evening, Mayor Council. I'll just introduce the subject while Daniel's loading his map here. So this is some new news. We didn't didn't get in your packet because it came past the deadline of being able to publish it. But we've got lots of development activity going on by Amazon and around that area. So we have 2 development projects and some weekend closures near the cheese factory on the intersection that Manny wants to tell you about.
Mayor, council, lots of growth going on. We have the project north of CWI, the Laguna Farms subdivision, that has received approval, and they started a closure on Idaho Center Boulevard between Birch and Cherry today in order to install sewer to their project. They're extending the sewer from, generally speaking, that north entrance to CWI Achievement Way up to their project there. That project's scheduled to take about 6 weeks. The sewer's about 12 foot deep, and there's quite a bit of groundwater in that area, so that's the duration we're looking at there. Subsequent to us approving that closure, Amazon came to us and said, okay, here's our plan for starting their work on Franklin and Star. They are looking at a weekend closure, most likely the 21st and 22nd of March, where they will come in and remove the north half of the roundabout, temporary pave that, and put in a temporary signal to allow 1 lane through traffic on both directions going there. Their anticipation for all of their improvements duration is starting there at that March 21st date, and then continuing through completing around the 4th of July or just right before. And we're coordinating with them on those timeframes, as well as coordinating with the Idaho Center and the utility or their events to make sure we're allowing the traffic to flow. And they've adjusted their starting date weekend due to some concerts out there already. We've also met with the cheese factory to talk to them. Now that we're getting some firmer dates from Amazon, we'll be coordinating with them on those dates, as well as the cheese factory has some concerns with the improvements that are going in and how they'll affect them. And so we're working with Amazon to help address those comments that they have. So during the time when both of these closures are active, which will just be over a weekend, the detour in that area will be fairly significant. The detour for the Idaho Center closure is along Birch to 11th up to Cherry and back. When we close the intersection of Star and Franklin, the detour will start at McDermott up to Cherry, all the way over, and then back down and around, or heading on southbound, it would be down to Stam Lane, over to Robinson and back up. Local access will still be maintained in the purple areas there, and we will be coordinating with the cheese factory for all their trucking deliveries and outgoing product as well. So just wanted to let you know that there will be some fairly significant detours in that area. You may get some questions on that. These are the plans we have in place.
So just to restate, that the construction timeline is from that March 22nd or 3rd time frame through July 4th, but the actual hard closure is only for 3 days.
Correct.
And those days, again, are, we anticipate
We
to be
anticipate the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, I believe.
of March. So it's only 3 days for full closure, but there will be a lot of construction.
Correct.
So Mayor, if may also then just clarification, because you said 6 weeks for the sewer project. So are we talking about closure, not?
On the sewer project, yes, that is full
That is
closure.
a full
for
6 weeks? Okay.
Unfortunately, in that area of Idaho Center, it is a 2-lane road. Sewers are placed right down the center, and at 12 foot deep, that does not leave enough room for safe travel of vehicles on either side of that.
And Mayor, just to follow up, so you feel like that's pretty realistic, conservative estimation? You said there is high water, so.
There is high water, and
Okay.
with the depths, we've reviewed their schedule.
I feel
and
like
we
6
agree.
weeks is.
We are hopeful that they will be able to complete it sooner and get it back open sooner, but that's what we're confident we'll be able to be within that 6 weeks.
Are there any additional questions for Daniel? Daniel, we really appreciate that update. I feel for that because that's going to be, both of those are going to be very inconvenient. It'll be good when it's done.
Yes.
About the only thing you can say, but thank you for the FYI. And we're going to have a good communications campaign out to the public. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we're ready for new business, and the first item on the agenda is an action item. This is the appointment of Aubrey Miller to the Nampa Airport Commission, and Aubrey is here this evening. Aubrey, would you raise your hand? Yes, thank you. So we appreciate your willingness to serve, and I enjoyed looking at your credentials. And just so everyone knows that she does come with a recommendation of the Airport Commission as we move forward.
I'll make the motion to appoint Aubrey Miller to the Nampa Airport Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
No, I would just appreciate, I think, because I was so impressed when I read through her resume that maybe our folks who are listening or here can maybe just hear a little bit of
Okay.
that.
Well, after we vote,
yeah,
do you want that before or?
No.
Okay,
We'll-
we'll call for the vote and then we'll have you come up, Aubrey. So is there any further discussion?
No point in notice.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Aubrey, would you like to come up and introduce yourself? Thank you for joining us this evening.
I have to admit, it's kind of nice being away from the kiddos, so I actually get to be a person now.
You can't take an hour, though.
Oh, I can totally take an hour. No, just kidding. Well, my background, briefly, right now, I own my own business. I run a focus group facility. I worked for a research company. It was a family-owned business for about 30 years, and my folks closed that down. They want to go sailing. So now I get full access to family stuff at the airport as well, but I learned to fly at the Nampa Airport, and I got my degree in aviation management, and I've done a little bit of work with small businesses, and I'm a native Idahoan, born and raised here, and a lot of my experience comes from the HR side of things when I was working at the family research company. So other than that, I just really look forward to being able to pass on general aviation to my two kiddos at home, and my husband also is a pilot, and so we do that for fun now. We don't do it as a career, but we like it for fun. So thanks again so much for being able to nominate me. From what I understand, I'm one of the first females on the board, so yay for me.
And Mayor, she's tough. You lived in Grand Forks, right?
I did.
Yeah, I spent 6 years there, so I know what you have to be tough. So okay.
You're not tough.
I do have to admit,
Don't go there.
Say it's my birthday. Be nice.
I do have to admit, my senior year, it was my junior year. It was the coldest I had ever been in North Dakota, and I went and signed up for 2 more classes, so I didn't have to spend another winter there.
They're great people there, though, aren't they?
They are. It's really, well, you have to be nice to each other, so it's so stinking cold. But, well, thank you again. I hope I can serve you all well, so
Yeah.
thanks again. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Mayor
And
Kling.
Monty, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Mayor Kling. I talked to Monty the other day at Walmart when we were buying groceries. Well, not he and I, but and he said that there was a fantastic candidate, and now I got to meet her, and I agree with you, Monty. Thank you for bringing her forward.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's great. Okay, we're ready for 5.2 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is the first reading of an ordinance to contract certain real property from the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District boundaries, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, contracting the boundaries of the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District of the City of Nampa by removal from the district of certain legally described lands, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to reflect said contractions of boundaries on the official maps of the City of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance with the office of the Canyon County Recorder and with the superintendents of the underlying irrigation districts pertaining to the property described herein.
Mayor
And it
Queen?
is, I will say that item 5.3,
Right.
is that where you were going?
Right.
This item can't, to authorize the summary of the publication for the preceding ordinance can be passed with this motion.
Mayor
Thank
Kling,
you.
I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules and also the summary publication.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield, for catching that just in case. That was good. Thank you. Okay, item 5.4 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the local professional services agreement with HMH LLC for the Colorado Avenue and Holly Street Signal Project.
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion or any questions for Tom Points? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
So item 5.5 is an action item to authorize the piggyback purchase of chip seal oils from Idaho Asphalt Supply for the street division. And this is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And before we go to 5.6, we're going to be in an interesting place here because it's going to be 6:35 and we're ready for public hearings that start at 7. That is the first time since I've been mayor that we've done that, so.
Hey, are we able to do the 7, the unfinished?
We could.
Yes.
Yes, we could do that.
Thanks.
I will say, I just wanted to comment, since we have a minute, that our streets division, this last year with the chip seal, did an amazing job, and I know that we heard it, but I'm so pleased that we didn't have a single complaint or any window chips that came through. And so they're doing a good job, and I appreciate it. As it's, we've just blinked, and it's time for another season again. Yeah. Wow. Okay, 5.6 on the agenda. This is an action item for the council to authorize the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for Well 8 production well, and this is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second. I was waiting.
Is there any discussion or questions for Tom Points? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And 5.7 is an action item, and this is to authorize engineering to proceed with a formal bid process for the sidewalk LID. Whoops, nope, we can't do that because we have to wait until the public hearing. Is that correct?
No, till we read the ordinance.
Okay, it says it can't be passed until unfinished business item 7.2. Okay, got it. So we'll come back to that one. So right now, we're going to move to unfinished business, and then we'll come back to 5.7. Okay, item 7.1 is an action item. This is you know what, can we just go back? Let's do 7.2 real quickly, because that's the one we just did, right? Okay, so we're going to do a 7.2, and this is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for creation of the local improvement district 168 for improvements for constructing sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, driveway approaches, curbs, gutters, and other related improvements, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance establishing and creating local improvement district number 168 for the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, for the purpose of constructing improvements to the city's sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, drive approaches, curbs, gutters, and other related street improvements in district, providing for kind and character of the proposed improvements, providing that said district shall be considered a modified district pursuant to section 50-1705 Idaho Code, describing the boundaries in said district of the property therein to be benefited by the improvements to be made, providing for a total estimated costs and expenses of improvements to be levied and assessed against the lots and lands to be benefited by improvements, providing for the issuance of bonds in the payments of costs and expenses of said improvements assessed against the said lands and lots and lands, providing for the appointment of the city engineer to prepare the necessary plans and specifications for the improvements hereby ordered, and the preparation and filing of an assessment roll and a local improvement district report pursuant to the provisions of section 50-1712 Idaho Code, providing a procedure for the filing, certification, notice of hearing and confirmation of said assessment rules, and for the notice of payment of the assessment installations so confirmed, creating certain funds and dockets, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to pass as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
We're going to go back to new business item 5.7, and this is the action item for the council to authorize engineering to proceed with the formal bid process for the sidewalk LID 168, and this is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
We're going to move to 7.3, and then we'll go back to 7.1 and 7.4. Item 7.3 is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of Title 10, Chapter 21, Animal Zoning Regulations, and Sections 102101 through 202105 pertaining to zoning regulations, which is applicable to keeping animals, and the amendment of Title 10, Chapter 24, variant sections 102401 through 202405, which pertains to scope and procedures for obtaining a variance.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 10, Chapter 21, Section 1021-3 of the Nampa City Code pertaining to agricultural animals kept as pets, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So under unfinished business, item 7.1 is an action item, and this is the council's consideration of a request for reconsideration of deferral of improvements at Weatherby Estates subdivision. Who is speaking on this evening? Thank you. Does anyone, I'm just thinking, thank you.
Okay. So Mayor, for a request for Mayor and Council for a request for reconsideration, the City Council considers the request at this meeting. No testimony or evidence will be submitted in connection with the request. And the City Council shall grant or deny the request at its discretion solely on the basis of the written request for reconsideration. So you have the document there in front of you. That's the basis for a yes or no. Again, the scope of this is to say, yes, you will reconsider, or no, you will not. This is not the time to engage in the reconsideration.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess I would ask, what is the will of the council? And does council need or have any questions for staff to help us in, are we allowed to ask staff?
Mayor and Council, under our city code, no testimonies allowed for this portion. The decision has to be made just on the strength of the written request. I'm
Okay.
sorry about that. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to request for reconsideration for deferral improvements to Weatherby Estates subdivision.
Can you restate your motion again?
Request for reconsideration for deferral of improvements, Weatherby Estates subdivision.
So your motion is to grant the reconsideration request?
No, it's deny.
Okay, you're
Oh, I'm sorry.
requesting that we-
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Deny the request for reconsideration for deferral of improvements.
Glad I asked.
I'm glad you did. Thank you. Weatherby Estates subdivision. There.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I don't think we're to have.
Mayor, from the city code, my understanding is you can have discussion, but not testimony.
Okay. Okay. Are there any questions or, well, we can't have questions. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate it. Okay. Item 7.4 on the agenda. This is unfinished business, and this is not an action item. This is strictly discussion on the Lake Lowell and Midland roundabout decision that was made the other day. So I will say, needless to say, it was late, and we came to a tie and I got to break the tie. And my decision was to not approve the roundabout, and I had and the reason for that decision, I had two areas of clarity that I needed. One was safety, because of the proximity of our flashing beacons, and the other one was financial. When we are looking at freeze and not having the funds to spend another $500,000, which is actually over 1% tax increase for 1 year on a roundabout versus a traffic signal, that was my pause. So I think there were some questions about that, and I just wanted to ensure that the council, if we needed to come back and discuss it as a council, we had that opportunity. So I would leave that at the discretion of the council at this time.
I was hoping maybe there could be a delay, at least till we know about the freeze, and then we could vote on it after we realize what's going on with the freeze. So we're not making a decision based on some legislation that we don't know
What's going to happen?
can happen.
Okay, thank you. Is there,
Mayor,
Councilwoman Levi?
thank you. I like Councilman Bauer's thinking on that because we are playing with a great unknown at the moment. And the other thing is when I voted in support of the roundabout, because if I remember correctly, the way that it was presented to us was it was to provide for traffic flow. And so when I look at traffic flow, I look at the reality of an controlled intersection versus a roundabout. And then I take into account the hawk signals that we have there on Midland and Lake Lowell. And when those go off, it's going to impede the flow of traffic because the lights aren't going to be able to detect necessarily, unless I'm wrong, that the hawk signals are going off. And if the hawk signals are going off, they're stopping traffic totally, which means then they stop again at a stoplight, which impedes the flow of traffic. So I'm looking at it again, the way it was presented to us, if I remember correctly, was totally for flow of traffic. As far as safety, I've watched the other roundabouts. I'm a real advocate of roundabouts. I have not seen an abundance of pedestrians at the roundabouts. The times I have seen them, which has been very minimal, I'm noticing that citizens are starting to take some responsibility and realizing that they have to look for traffic, and hopefully it will encourage our drivers to do that as well. I understand the additional $500,000. One of the things I'm concerned about is we'll spend the money on the traffic signals, and 2 to 3 years down the road, we'll find that that was not the answer, and how much more are we going to have to spend for a roundabout. I was also at the open houses, and the roundabout received overwhelming support from our community. So those are just my opinions that I wanted to voice.
Thank you.
Mayor, I also concur with Councilman Bauer's assessment and Councilwoman Levi's. I do think that we have to plan for growth, and I agree that we may not have a great mitigation plan with a traffic light in a few years. We have the bulk of our growth moving out there. I think from a safety and traffic flow perspective, I like the wait and see approach if possible. Thank you.
I think that's good. So I have a question, if I could ask, and that is that with Amazon, we found with the traffic flow out at Fort Idaho Center on Franklin and at Star and Robinson, where they can come together there, they're moving from a roundabout to a traffic signal because the roundabout will not manage the traffic flow. So it's just so interesting when we look at all of this, right? I remember hearing that a number of years ago, we said absolutely no roundabout. And then I don't know, Michael could probably speak to this, how many years later we're saying, okay, now we're recommending a roundabout. So it's kind of, we've gone back and forth, and I just find that so interesting. And so I think it does beg the discussion, right, to figure that out. Would you like to comment, or would you rather not have to comment tonight?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Oh, you're asking for staff's comment?
Well, let's go ahead, Councilman Haverfield, go ahead and share what you're sharing, and then Tom, I'll have you come up if you don't mind.
I would ask any of the council members how many times a day they go through this intersection. Today's a typical day for me, and on the way home tonight, I'll be the 8th time that I've gone through that intersection. We're talking about an intersection that's almost next to my house, with less than a block away. So when I go through the intersection, and especially I'm looking at eastbound kids on bicycles heading for the elementary school, people of different ages walking up and down the sidewalks, either on Middle Creek side or on the opposite side, coming up from Aspen, I think it's Aspen Court subdivision. I see quite a few people. I've listened to, or I've seen some things that have come our way as far as with information that was supposedly would be statistical. I think just from a visual standpoint, I know what I see there. And from a jogger today running through the intersection, roundabouts aren't meant for pedestrians. There are not protected crosswalks. It's an at-risk situation for pedestrians because traffic is not stopping. It's constantly moving. From a traffic flow perspective, yeah. You see a lot of the people that have mentioned the benefits of roundabouts in our area are the ones that are out on the perimeter of town where they're bypass streets, even the one down by the cheese factory. So I started doing some of my own research, and if you don't mind, I have not found any good statistical information as far as on review of roundabouts in urban settings like this. There's multiple subdivisions, multiple activity that moves in and out of that, whether it's track kids running from the high school or from NNU that runs through there. I'm concerned, even the buses that back up, that are picking up kids at Heartland Court, that's right next to that intersection. I don't believe a roundabout in that location is a good idea for a lot of reasons. And the time associated with the downtime of that intersection, if it is meant to be reconstructed, putting it a roundabout, there's a lot of fill, there's a lot of property that has to be purchased, all new sidewalks being created. I don't believe it's a good idea, and I've got plenty of information that I've been able to just in looking at it, that it doesn't make sense in that location. In other locations, yeah, where there's flow in and around the downtown where neighborhoods are, I just don't think that location's a good idea. I won't be supporting a roundabout, but I'm one of 6 people on this council. But I would tell you, I see that intersection on a daily basis and on a yearly basis a lot more than most of you. And I don't believe that that's a good solution in that location.
Thank you for sharing that.
Where lights would be. Again, from my standpoint, I see the flow in there further down Midland. The flow is great. And again, I can share all of this information with you if you're interested, any one of you. But I don't see statistically validation in an urban setting like that one is. That would be positive. It would be very negative. And the potential for lawsuits, that was even brought up where there's already been precedent set where you have visually impaired or elderly folks trying to get through those type of intersections when they can't, that they've sued areas down in California. So the precedent's been set that hawk signals then have to be placed in the intersection to be able to stop traffic to allow them to cross, which defeats the whole idea of having a roundabout. Now you have a signalized intersection. So the hawk signals that currently exist on the pathway would have to be moved down, so we'd have a second set of hawk signals that have to be set up. And so the cost associated with the return on investment, it's already 30 years off as far as being able to get the money back on a roundabout over a signalized intersection. So I just don't see the value there.
Thank you. Councilman Bauer, did you have something to say before I had Tom Points come up? No, you're good? Okay. Tom, would you like to share, do you have anything, I know you're not prepared to speak on this tonight, but if you have anything you'd like to share, please feel free.
Mayor, Council, no, we don't have a report to share, but what I can say is that we're glad to bring back more data if you want to reconsider this. You know, what you looked at in your packet last time had a lot of national trends on data points on what you generally see for this type of intersection. We can do so deeper dive if you're interested on this particular one, because there's some unique things with the hawks and the spacing of the pedestrian. So if you want to, we can bring it back, or just leave that up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Stay there, Tom. Actually, thank you. Actually, I don't, I try to stay away from that intersection at Lake Lowell and Midland from 6 till 8 and from 5 until 7. And that's because of the terrible traffic situation. So I know we have to do something there. But one of our constituents asked that if Amazon is spending these millions of dollars for traffic control, is there any possibility that some of that money could be used for that roundabout? And I didn't know the answer to that, so I'm asking you now.
So Mayor Council Rodriguez, all the in our MOU that we've put together for the Amazon development, it's specific to traffic impacts around Amazon. So there's certain intersections that we have listed that we have to spend on. So that's, unfortunately, that one's, it's not close enough regionally to make that connection to spend on that side of town.
Okay, so and also impact fees would not be able to fix that or to help build that 55%, right?
Mayor Council Rodriguez, that is on our impact fee list. And so all of our intersections are 55% impact fee and 45% city. So there is impact fee.
There, so that would be the remaining $500,000 something dollars after the impact fees.
The $500,000 is the additional cost above a signal. So the additional city portion would be the 500,000 times the 45%. So it's roughly half of that. So
I
about
see.
200,000.
Okay, so roughly speaking, would you say that financially, the city would be better off to put a four-way traffic light there? I mean, not a four, but a traffic light there rather than burden the people to pay more just for a roundabout? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, Mayor Council Rodriguez, there's the hard costs of construction and maintenance is what we reported. You have the societal costs, which we did not report, which is a whole nother thing. So what's the cost of a delay for that many people going through the intersection societally? Once you start adding up those seconds and the value, that's where we could bring back some more data and
Okay.
discussion.
But also, in order to keep in tune with the other intersections, Roosevelt and Midland is a traffic light. Then you have, let's just say just right now that a roundabout goes in there at Midland and Roosevelt, Lake Lowell. And then at Iowa, the city also plans to put a roundabout there. And at Greenhurst, then they also plan on putting one there as well. So are you saying that it would be a little less smooth to go through those intersections, or would it hamper traffic if there was a traffic light there with two following roundabouts?
So Mayor Council Rodriguez, we're comfortable putting roundabouts on the outskirts of signalized corridors, but we're not comfortable if you have a signalized corridor and you try to stick a roundabout in the middle of it, that's where we have problems.
I see.
So since we have this situation where this roundabout's going on the outskirts, we can start with the roundabout corridor and move out that direction.
So, but I think you also mentioned that at Lake Lowell and Middleton, there's going to be a roundabout too, correct? Or is that a four-way? I mean, a traffic light?
Lake Lowell and Middleton?
In Middleton, right? No?
Yes. Roundabout, yeah.
That's what you, okay. All right, no, that's what I had. No, thanks for clarification.
So Mayor, since everyone else has spoken, I'll just make it real brief. I do not like traffic lights, okay? And Councilman Haverfield and I agree on a lot. We don't agree on this one. The area is, yes, maybe that it is a concern. But I go probably 8 times on Roosevelt and Midland and see cars backed up at those high times with a traffic light. And so the traffic flow is not going to be helped. And to spend that kind of money for a traffic light, I'm not in favor of. I would just say keep it as is, which is a mess, I understand. So what I'm waiting on, I agree with Councilman Bauer that we pause, and I'm waiting for the fiscal. The fiscal is why I voted against the roundabout last council meeting, is because of the extra money, not knowing what this freeze from a state. So that is what I'm waiting on. So, thanks.
So-
I just want to make one last statement to this council. Because the message you're saying is it's more important for traffic flow than it is to provide for the safety of pedestrians and the bicyclists that are going to go through that intersection. because bicycles, especially bicyclists, there's no bike lane
Yeah.
for them. There's no easy way for them to get around because, again, traffic doesn't stop. It's constantly moving. So the message you're saying is that we're less concerned about the pedestrians than about the traffic flow. And if that's the message this council wants to make tonight, that's the message you're making. I'm not making that.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, hold it. I'm sorry. You have to wait because Councilwoman Levi is
Yes.
next in line. So, Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just looking back on our packet from last month when this was presented because I wanted to make sure I had my facts correct. And you know me, the foundational kind of person that I am. And so I was reading and it says other pros and cons of a roundabout include 90% fewer fatality crashes, 75% fewer serious injury crashes, 10 to 14% fewer bicycle and pedestrian crashes, improves the appearance of intersections, islands, or landscapes, etc. I'm going to kind of stop there at the moment because I just want to validate or verify this with you, if I might, Tom. So is that fewer crashes than a traffic light?
Or a four-way. That is so important.
What is the context?
So it's fatal crashes. There's not fewer
No,
crashes in
it
a
says-
roundabout, there's actually more.
It says 10 to 14% fewer bicycle and pedestrian crashes. I can only go on the information I've been given by staff.
Mayor, Councilor Levi, so yeah, our attempt was to compare a signal to a roundabout, because we knew we needed to do something. Nothing was not really,
Follow up, please.
yes.
Okay.
Was that information that you gathered from like Compass, or where did that information come from?
Sir, Councilor Levi, so that, like I was saying, that was a generic statement of crash reduction factors that we use. They're generated nationally, so you look at thousands of federal highways, look at thousands of intersections across the United States and comes up with crash reduction factors before and after. So that's how we come up with those percentages. And like I said, those are percentages based on national data. I mean, we're more than happy to dive more specifically into this one because they're not, maybe it's got unique scenarios. Agreed. So that's where we came up with the numbers, or national numbers.
And then just to make sure that we understand is what I'm going on is I was at the open house and the public was overwhelmingly in support of roundabouts. And so to say that we as a council are more concerned about the flow of traffic than safety, I don't know that that would be a valid point because that's supporting what our community said. So our community's standing in the same place.
Okay, so we're going to pause. So it is 3 minutes till 7, and so I'm not going to take any more comments except that Councilwoman Munchie actually had asked to make a comment before I'm pausing. So we're going to allow one more comment, and then we're going to pause. I'm going to make a comment, and we're going to end.
Mayor Kling, Councilman Haverfield, I live out there as well, and I drive that every day.
How
And
many times?
Every time I go through there. So
Okay.
to from wherever I go around town, that's my to and through there. One concern I have also is that I walk that way. And there have been multiple times at that intersection that I've almost been hit. I see a lot of people, including myself, who don't go down to the Hawks because you're coming up that road. And what I also notice is that people are coming through 2 school zones and they're frustrated by the backup. So then they step on it as they get closer to the intersection because they've been stuck in traffic. Myself included, you get frustrated going through those 2 school zones. By the time you get there, people, I think, are really frustrated. We're backed up forever. I don't want anyone to get the impression that I would forego public safety for traffic flow. I don't think there's probably a perfect answer, but I think the data we were shown shows it is indeed safer. I don't know that we will fully know until the time we're
and
there,
all
but
I
I'm
can-
not
Okay,
in
so-
favor of
And all
it.
I can say is that the lawsuits that have been incurred at roundabouts where they're in an urban setting like that, the solution has been Hawk signals that had to be added to it, which are basically providing a signalized intersection. Roundabouts are safer because it slows traffic down, but you're all constantly moving. And so you're on a right angle instead of a head-on crash. So that's the difference. There's not fewer crashes.
Thank you. Okay, so that said, needless to say, it's a robust discussion, and we have differing opinions on this. Once we make a vote as a council, in this case, the vote was tied But if, at the request of 2 council people, we can come back and reconsider that vote, we have had 2 council people ask us to reconsider the vote. So at this time, we're going to pause. We'll come back the first council meeting in April. It may be April 2nd, I'm not sure. Is that?
April 7th.
Whatever date that is, the first council meeting in April, we will come back and readdress this situation. Tom, I'm going to ask you to do a lot of work on the history, what got us to where we are. I don't want to ignore the past. I want the public hearing information or that town hall environment that we had, and then also the traffic safety data regarding roundabouts in a similar location. I think that's the biggest thing that we've got here is this particular location. So we will have the best information we can have, and we'll revisit what we've already provided to you, but we'll do some additional research because I think this particular decision warrants it. And also by April 2nd, we will find out where we are financially. And then we'll be able to make a good decision from there. So thank you. That said, Section 8 on the agenda is just items that are awaiting further information. And so we have gotten through the entire agenda with the exception of public hearings and then closing in an executive session. So I'll just make that comment, which is great. And it is exactly 7 o'clock, and we will open our public hearings. So the first public hearing this evening is item 6.1 on the agenda. This is continued from the January 21st council meeting, and this is the repeal of the 2035 comprehensive plan and all amendments thereto, and approval of the updated comp plan and proposed future land use map to be referred to as the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan for the city of Nampa. And just as a quick note, we did have a workshop on Friday afternoon and addressed a number of questions. The council submitted all their questions. Doug Critchfield actually provided response to all of those questions. And with that work behind us now, we're ready to move forward to the final public hearing and decision tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Doug Critchfield, Senior Planner. Would like to spend just a few moments with you just recapping the council workshop that we had on Friday. Yeah, it's only a couple of slides, but it should give us an overview of what the highlights of what occurred. Excuse me. So we had a presentation, and we in our presentation we talked about a little bit about the update process and what was involved by the numbers. We also talked a little bit just reiterated the community priorities that have been evolved through this whole process, and how the comprehensive plan was updated and structured, and also we updated you on each of the chapters. And we talked in detail about some chapters more than others. So the highlights of that discussion were comments about that the data needed to be updated, and that when we do have new data from the 2020 census, we'll bring that back to you in the form of an addendum and go through the public hearing process as we would normally do. There was a desire to build infill where services exist, and an emphasis on that. There was a desire to change the data regarding the housing prices in Chapter 3 sidebar, so we made those changes. We're recommending those changes this evening. There was a clarity of what the Boise metropolitan area used in the Housing Opportunity Index means, and that it does include Nampa, but there are differences in the Treasure Valley between Nampa and Boise, and that was emphasized in the meeting. And we will do as much as we can with future addendums. We have other information that will help clarify that more. We'll bring that to you. There was clarification of the preservation and open space and agricultural land in Chapter 3, what that means, and if it would infringe on personal or on property rights. And the plan does state that that any preservation of open space agricultural land would have to be accomplished within the limits of property rights law, and as a collaborative process with landowners, developers, the public, and the city. Additionally, there was a section added discussing opportunity zones, and there was some discussion about that with Beth Eineck from Economic Development. we added a section 5.11.4 that discusses discouraging land use that provide little to no tax contribution to sustain the services that the community provides. There was an objective added to Chapter 6 suggesting improved collaboration and working partnerships with the county and the state. There was a rewrite of Section 8.19 Dark Skies section, and that is in, we'll show you what we've rewritten there, what we're proposing. And that churches are an important part of the community fabric, and that churches and religious institutions are mentioned several times in the plan. And they are permitted in every zone except the U, BF, GBE, IP, and IH zones. And then there was a strong desire to locate high density near services. So those are just a few of the highlights from the meeting. All of the changes and edits from December 10th from the Planning and Zoning Commission through January 21st, 2020 were included in tonight's the staff report that we provided for you this evening. Changes from January 21st through February 27th were included in the PowerPoint presentation. We gave each of you a copy from the workshop. These are the changes that were in that. I don't know if I necessarily need to go through those if the council desires for me to do so. Okay. So those are the changes. This is the Opportunity Zone map and the Opportunity Zone text that we are proposing be added to the plan. And then these are the changes also from that the council workshop yesterday. The new changes are, there's 4 changes that we're proposing to add to this. These are new as of this evening. The first is just a misspelling of Councilmember Haverfield's name, which we'll correct on page 2. The addition addition to language to section 3.0 where it says in 2010 the HOI in the Boise metro area, which includes Nampa. So we've included that text and we've updated that data. That's current data in the HOI. And we've added to Chapter 6, Objectives and Strategies, the improved collaboration and working partnerships with the county and state. And then we've changed, proposed a change to Section 8.19, Exterior Lighting Design instead of Dark Skies, and remove the Dark Skies verbiage from the text and struck the last line, the bolded line, as was requested. With that, then the amendment or the council action before you is written out the repeal the Nampa 2535 comprehensive plan text and proposed future land use map and all amendments thereto, and approval of an updated comprehensive plan text and proposed future land use map to be referenced to as the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan for the city of Nampa. That's it. Take any questions.
Are there any questions from the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and that was both our applicant and our staff report. So for item 6.1 on the agenda, I don't have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to the adoption of our 2040 comprehensive plan. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to do so, or that would like to speak on behalf of our new comprehensive plan? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would move that we, oh goodness, I see.
It's up there.
Repeal the Nampa 2035 comprehensive plan text and propose future land use map and so forth stated, adopting the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan for the city of Nampa, case CTA 008-19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Before we move on, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our team for the tremendous work, but furthermore, all the people that were here that participated. A number of you participated in this plan, and it was greatly appreciated. It took quite a long time, and we appreciate the contribution from our citizens. So thank you, and staff, thank you very much for your work. It's a good feeling, isn't it? I can tell. Thank you. Okay, public hearing, our second one for this evening, 6.2 on the agenda is an action item. This is the annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 single-family residential at 2413 Sunny Ridge Road for a new home. This is a 1.11 acre portion of the northeast corner of the northwest quarter section 3 for Travis Adams, representing Ironwood Homes, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this item. So is the applicant here this evening? Good evening. Thank you for going ahead and sharing your name and address.
I'm Travis Adams. You want that address or my address?
Your address.
2708 Bannock Avenue here in Nampa.
Thank you.
They'd like to attach to city services. And that's pretty much the long and short of it.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council for Travis? Councilwoman Levi, do you have a question?
Mayor, yes, ma'am. And I don't know if perhaps I need to ask you, sir, or if I need to ask staff. I'm looking at the correspondence about the Nampa Code enforcement violations, and that is also listed in the conditions of approval. Do you know if those things have been tended to? That would be on page 2.
They will be. It is currently under construction right now, so everything will be addressed. We'll get our certificate of occupancy through the county, and then we will roll that into the city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the applicant? So the process is that you'll get to speak to us, and then we'll have a staff report. We'll open up the public hearing. At the conclusion of the public hearing, we will ask for you to come back to see if you have any further comments or responses to anything that was said. So you'll get to come back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Rodney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Principal Planner. This is a pretty straightforward one, so I'll move through this pretty quickly. Annexation, as he stated, for city services. Right in the middle of the screen here is the property location on the comprehensive plan, middle of medium-density residential. Zoom up a little closer. You can see totally surrounded by medium-density residential in the comprehensive plan. Again, the zoning in the area, RD to the south, RD to the east, and then some enclave properties to the north, and a little bit farther to the north is the RS6 zoning designation. So here are the services right near the property. Access is right off of Sunny Ridge Road. Councilwoman Levi mentioned the concerns from Nampa Code Enforcement, and I'll address those in the recommended conditions of approval, but basically those would need to be taken care of before we adopt the final annexation and zoning. Nampa Engineering Division also had some comments there, and they're in your packet regarding the right-of-way as well as occupancy from the county. So because they went to the county first, and then they're annexing in to get the services, we'll need to see that occupancy permit approved before we can finalize everything. And in addition to that, any future development will require connection to city utilities and follow the conditions that were set forth in an agreement or a letter written to the applicant back in November of 2019, and that is included in your packet as well. They will also be required to improve the frontages on the property.
Rodney, could I pause and ask you a question on that?
Sure.
Do the properties on either side of this have the improvements done, the sidewalk?
No, those are, you can see there best, those are also enclave properties, both sides of that. So it connects to the city services on the east side and on the south side, but it's towards the back of the property. So this one here that's enclaved and this one here that's enclaved do not have improvements along the frontage.
So are there any sidewalks along that?
Whenever this is the White Hawk subdivision, White Hawk, I think they're fourplexes they're going in. They will need to have that sidewalk improvement there. And on the east side, there's also a couple, this one is also being proposed to be developed. And then this one does have sidewalk improvements on
Okay,
this.
but the ones along the side of this particular property is what I'm asking? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and pretty simple findings, that it's compatible with and the comprehensive plan. The zoning that's requested fits that. And the comprehensive plan also calls for infill development and strongly encourages that. Recommended findings are in your packet. The staff recommended conditions, I've already stated that these would be included or provided to us, proof that those things are completed before we adopt the final annexation and zoning. And that's the proposed motion for you this evening. I placed it, I'm gonna start doing this from now on, just so you have clear what staff recommends that the motion include. So that's what's on the screen.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff before we move to public hearing? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing, and actually, we have no one signed up in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular action this evening? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back. If you have any further follow-up comments after the staff, or for the council to ask you any questions. So council, does anyone have any questions for our applicant? We do not, okay. And for our applicant, do you have any further comments that you'd like to make? No, I appreciate it, thank you. Okay, I guess I have a question for you. So you are planning to budget to get that sidewalk in as part of the conditions of approval. Is that something that you're aware of?
Well, if it was required, yes, they would do that. But since there wasn't one on either side, we didn't think that was going to be a requirement.
Okay.
Going back to our November conversation, but if it changes, I'm sure we can work something out.
Okay, thank you. And so for staff, I know that's a tough one, because I do not like to see deferrals where we defer something. The other side is, it's awkward where there is no other sidewalk, and then you require this sidewalk right now when it's all country right next to you, right? So you're gonna have all country and then that one sidewalk. However, if we don't require it, when the others build out, then it's not in. And so then the homeowner has to go back at that time and go ahead and get it in. And so I'm just going to call attention to that and let council decide what you prefer to do there. But if there's no other questions for the applicant or comments, then I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, I'll follow up on your comment too. We denied a reconsideration request to eliminate sidewalk earlier tonight.
Okay, good point.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just need to disclose something because I scrolled past it right after you had read the agenda item. I need to disclose that this case came before Canyon County Planning and Zoning, but as I do, as I recuse, I mean, I leave the room, so I know nothing about it, but that does need to be on public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from council? What's the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to allow the annexation and zoning request as proposed to us tonight with the recommended conditions of approval as stated.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, item number 6.3 on the agenda, there you go, is an action item. This is the annexation and zoning to light industrial for a small-scale home occupation auto transmission repair shop in a freestanding pole barn behind and west of the dwelling at 16545 Madison Road. This is a .96 acre area for Glenn and Judith Watts, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval. Good evening. Thank you for stating your name and address as you get started.
Yeah, it's Glenn Watts, 16545 Madison Road, Nampa.
Welcome.
How are you?
Good.
Council?
So what would you like to tell us about beyond what I just read?
I'm just kind of semi-retiring. I've been in a small business for 16 years in Garden City. I purchased the property about a year and a half ago. And in all intentions of kind of retiring there and just kind of continuing on with a little bit of work here and there. Tried to go to the county about it, and hey, unless you're, doing agricultural and fixing tractors, that's all they were interested in me in doing. So that's why I decided to try to come to the city and annex into the city, because my property adjoins the city there.
All right. Okay. And then I think we've got another public hearing for you following this one.
We do.
According to my records, we do. So hang tight when we're done with this one, because I don't know. Actually, I don't have anyone signed up either way. So, but we'll do them in order as they go through. So, as we just did, you will have the opportunity to come back after staff report and any testimony. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. We'll have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Norm.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Again, the requested action is annexation and zoning to light industrial for this property. As the applicant indicated, he didn't specifically indicate, but he has a small, we're calling it a small-scale hobby auto transmission repair shop. At least that's how I understood it, so that's how I described it. It's not a ongoing full-time. He's, like he indicated, he's retiring from the full-time situation, and that's what he intends to do here. And again, the commission recommended approval. General information, 0.96 acre or 41,800 square foot parcel. Comp plan is presently light industrial, but proposed to be changed to basically industrial as was adopted tonight on the comp plan update. Proposed zoning is light industrial. You can see around the area. This is the properties that bring him in connection with the city limits on his north. This is an industrial park. I'm not certain of the build out on that in any detail at this time, but I think it is a plan for a full-scale industrial park directly behind him. These are other properties enclaved, are not actually enclaved yet. The right-of-way has not been annexed completely through here that would actually enclave these parcels, but these are all kind of rural residential, some types of home occupation occurring on all of these other lots in this area, or most of them. So the proposed zone again is light industrial. We have light industrial to the north, to the east, to the south, and then the enclaved areas kind of to the west and to the south. Again, the land uses in that zone as well as the signs are referenced in the staff report. Again, the comp plan is pretty much industrial in this whole area. That whole gray area you see there surrounding his property is light industrial in the comp plan. Again, the proposed zoning is light industrial. Utilities are available to the area along Madison Road, access from Madison. This shows a little storage building that he's proposing to operate the home occupation in. Aerial view, street view. I mean, it looks like a residential lot, as do the properties along the road behind. And staff discussion, unless you'd like me to go through this, it's kind of highlighted in the staff report. He was originally encouraged to apply for a CUP for the home occupation, cited this. In the staff review, we found that the applicant would exceed the maximum area allowed for a home occupation of 25% of the dwelling size in that detached pole building. So we thought a variance would more suitably accomplish that, which is the subject of the next hearing. And so from a land use standpoint, it is shown on the comp plan for light industrial. And I think the long-term use of many of these parcels that are surrounded by light industrial on the plan will eventually go to industrial, but not right yet. So he wants to maintain his home there, and probably several of the other property owners, as the industry develops around them, they'll probably become a part of that in full. The findings, again, are are listed there. And the recommended conditions of annexation as determined by, or recommended by engineering regarding the right-of-way dedication, sidewalks, future development, connection to utilities. We're requiring all vehicles be worked on shall be parked on the property. In no instance would any vehicles be on the right-of-way or within the right-of-way parking areas. The building department has asked that we require as a condition that a tenant improvement for this change of use and a mechanical permit for ventilation for that building. And we understand that the applicant has made those improvements. I think he has a certification of that this evening, that those have been made in the building where he wants to conduct the business. And again, the variance shall be required, which we're talking of next. Any questions?
Mayor, I just have a question. So on bullet point 2, you can go back, Norm, to the one as far as, because we're talking sidewalks. So just a clarification. So currently with the recommended conditions, there would be sidewalks and curbing put in. Is that my understanding? You're just saying that it could be deferred?
Right. Any future development of the site will require placement of sidewalks per city standards.
So, I'm sorry, explain any
He's
future.
not- But he's not future developing it. at this
Okay. So currently, bottom line, there would not be part of the recommended conditions sidewalks and curbing. Yes or no?
Would-
Where I guess
I'll let Daniel.
Daniel's coming up.
My understanding is they're agreeable to a deferral on this one.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, the mere annexation of the property into the city limits would not trigger our code to have them in place that sidewalk. They would need to be doing development of the site. So that's where the condition is. If there is any future development, that will trigger the city code, and they would have to put that improvements in at that time. Where they're just occupying existing buildings, that does not trigger that.
Okay,
within
so
our
if I'm sorry, Mayor, so if there's any further building of new structure or whatever, that's where the sidewalks and curbing would
Correct,
come
and
in.
we would
Okay.
enforce that on those building permits.
Thanks for the clarification.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
Daniel or Norm, I don't care who, probably Norm. Bullet point 4 talks about all vehicles. Is there a limitation of the number of vehicles that can be parked on the property in an IL zone? And what about the screening of those vehicles from the adjoining properties? Is there any requirement?
My understanding is that the applicant is going to do everything inside the building. He won't have any vehicles outside. But
That would
the
lead
light
me to believe that there
industrial
could
zone
be.
would be a concern. I mean, that could possibly exist. So that could be a condition to say, you know, that you could limit the numbers, I suppose.
Well, the only thing that's really stated up there is no vehicles can be parked in the road right of way. But that means the balance of the property is available to park vehicles on as it's worded. And I've seen this misused in the city of Meridian, where smaller parcels have been surrounded by more development, but they're still being used in a fashion that can become a detriment to the community around it. So just want to make sure what's being stated here, because it doesn't limit the number of vehicles. But if the intention is that they're only going to be inside of the storage building in the back, I don't have a problem with that. But the way that that's worded, it
Yeah.
says they can be parked anywhere on the
leaves them
property.
open, yeah. So that could be adjusted, yes, as you decide.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. And Norm, since the vehicles will be in a building, the work will be done in a building, do we have any environmental concerns? I know that in the past when we've had like junkyards or car lots or any kind of storage facilities like that, it's been a concern about runoff of liquids into the ground. Is that anything we need to be concerned with, being that it's in a building?
You know, those conditions could also be listed here. This isn't a conditional use permit. I mean, it's a home occupation inside a building, and I guess they are taking liquids out of those transmissions when they're while they're repairing them. So that could a condition could be added that they would you know, comply with all state and federal regulations regarding disposal of any of those materials. Yes.
Mayor Kling, commercial applications, obviously there's sand and grease interceptors that are a part of the development. Home occupation, it's more like your garage that you're working out of. It doesn't have that requirement. So that's where, I mean, if there were more vehicles being worked on in a situation like this, maybe the applicant can speak to this when they come back up. But whatever you have the potential for spillage, it needs to be contained by EPA standards.
Yeah, I think the applicant would be the right person to answer
Speak to
that
that.
question. Maybe they're delivering the transmissions to him. I don't know. But I'm
Drained?
thinking he's probably taking them out and working on them.
Okay. Unless there are further questions for Norm at this time, we'll move into the public hearing and have the applicant come back and let him address. So hang on just 1 second for the applicant. So this is a public hearing, and I don't have anyone signed up to support or in opposition of this. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none, now we're through that. So we'll let the applicant come back up. And thank you for responding to the questions about the disposal, the parking of vehicles, and then the proper disposal of liquids and where you're conducting the
Which one do you want
business.
to hear about first?
Whichever one you want to share first.
Okay. Like I said, I've been self-employed for 16 years in Garden City, and I have never been wrote up by the city for anything, for any waste oil issues, anything like that. I know what the state expects of me on storage and disposal of it being disposed of correctly in that. Sand oil separators, unless you have a drain in the facility, in the ground, so the oil can get into the sewer system or anything like that, as long as there's not a drain inside the building where the oil and things are in that, there's no problem. If there is a drain in it, then you have to have a sand oil separator to catch that oil before it gets into the water system or the drainage or whatever you want to say. Cars being stored, I'm not a car collector. You know, you've probably heard that from a million people over the years in that. I actually post the property in that. I have to check with the rules in Nampa, but in the city of Garden City, as long as the building is posted and if a car has been left behind or whatever, I give 2 weeks and then the car's gone. I just don't store cars or keep cars that are left behind that are non-operating. And that I just don't have any interest in that being on the property. If they want to give me a limit of cars that can be on the property that are customers' cars, because I do have some of my own vehicles in that, you know, that's fine. You know, we can work something out with that part of it. I generally don't have a lot of cars that stay there for long periods of time. When I work on something, comes in, get it done, it's gone. That's just the way that I work. I'm not one of these repair shops that have a car lot sitting out front of dusty old dirty cars.
Wonderful. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Mayor Kling, just a couple of quick questions, just for clarity. So how many vehicles do you think you would have on your property at any one time?
It kind of depends. I mean, sometimes with me working at a, you know, what I'm doing now, not being semi-retired, you know, I can have 3 cars in the shop in a day. But generally, you know, there'll be 2 of them will be inside, 1 will be outside kind of type thing, and then they kind of rotate out and the customers come in the evening, pick up the cars, and then they're gone. If they're being, you know, like a transmission rebuild or something like that, the vehicle basically stays in the shop till it's completed. And once it's completed, then they come pick up the vehicle.
So a limitation of 3 to 5 cars would be within the realm of what you're anticipating here as a home occupation.
Yeah, most definitely.
And then the drainage of the, you know, oils or, you know, transmission oil, do you just contain that and then dispose of it, or what do you do with it?
It's contained, and then I have a company called Gem State Oil that comes and recovers it and recycles it.
Yeah.
And that I don't do, because of what I do is just transmission, I don't do anything general repair whatsoever. All I do is transmission work. All I have to tend to is the gear oil and transmission fluid. And that I don't do antifreeze or fuel or anything like that I deal with in you know, my business or in my home, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's the concern, obviously, is just if we allow this to happen without a limitation, you were to sell your home in your location to someone else, the next person coming in with that designation without any limitation could go crazy out there and just start bringing in all kinds of cars that then we're back to trying to enforce something.
No, I understand. The only problem that I can see at that point is I guess there wouldn't be an issue between my personal vehicles and the customer's vehicles as the amount of vehicles that are on the property.
So how many vehicles do you have personally?
Well, right now I have my kids at home with me and that. And I got one coming back from university. Right now I have a truck and a trailer there, my pickup that's inside the garage, 2 daughters with 2 cars and my wife's car.
So that's 5
Yeah.
that are parked outside.
That, well, come and go at different
But they're
times.
not customer cars.
No,
Right.
that's what I mean. Because, if you guys come by and there's 10 cars there, but half of them are mine,
Mhm.
so.
Okay. That's just, I'm trying to get a gauge on that, so thank
yeah.
you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any. So with that, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So what is the will of the council? Council discussion.
I'm looking down that way, how many cars he wants. Thanks.
Mayor Kling, I'm more than happy to make a motion for this annexation and zoning request. It's adjacent to an IL zone, so it's compatible in that regard. Home occupation is a great opportunity for this location. Like I say, the only concern I had was just the number of vehicles that could be stored on site, especially if the property were to be sold to someone else in the future. So I would make the motion that we approve the annexation and zoning request as provided to us with the recommended conditions of approval. The only thing being added is that under bullet point 4, that limitation of no more than 10 vehicles be allowed on the site that would be potentially 5 by the owner and 5 by potential clients. So that'd be a 10 total.
So Mayor, just clarification, does that include, so vehicles, that it also includes the trailer?
Yeah, that would be considered one of them.
Okay.
I know that a motion's been made, and typically we need to wait for a second before we have a discussion, correct? Because I have a question. So I'll leave my discussion till after we see if there's...
Well, I'll think of that, Mayor.
Okay.
The motion's been seconded.
The only concern I have is telling someone how many personal vehicles they can have on their site.
Well, that's why I did.
So-
I just said 10.
10. So the other thought would be, unless you're going to limit it just for the business, to no more than 4 for the business. But,
I'd be
my
happy
only
to
concern
amend the
is...
motion if it
Yeah.
felt better to you.
I don't know. I guess I'd like to ask the council, that's the only pause I have is when we're telling an individual that they can't have any more than a certain number of vehicles, just in case you do have your kids in your...
And so Mayor, how do you, I guess you check registrations. Who's actually would enforce and determine how many were business vehicles and how many were personal vehicles?
Mayor Kling.
Well, it's true. It'd be difficult. So I just am asking the question. It's
Right.
really whatever you think.
That's why I asked how many, and then
Right.
then personally. So I think the limitation of 10 pretty much covers his own personal vehicles. When his daughters are gone, I guess he can have more vehicles on his site. But personally, I would prefer to have a limitation of the number of actual vehicles that he would be working on at 5. So if that would...
But you're right. How do you measure that? So quick question. Councilwoman Levi, I think, has a comment. So we'll go to that and then...
Thank you, Mayor. I understand the intent of the added condition of approval, and I appreciate that, but I also appreciate your statement. Because if he has 5, but says that I think someone else is coming home, that's 6, not including the trailer. And if they want to have a dinner party or a party and somebody happened to go by their code enforcement and they have more than 10 vehicles, they're technically in violation of that condition. So I personally would feel better, or I would be more pleased with saying a limit of 3 vehicles per business vehicles. Can we enforce it? Not really. So I guess we're just going to have to put you on your honor for that. or Councilman Brunner can come pop tires, I don't know.
And I would probably say 4, because you could have a couple inside or whatever, but, okay.
Or 5.
So 4 or 5 work vehicles?
I'd be
Yeah.
happy to recraft my motion
Okay.
if Victor's willing to step off of his second.
You got me on that
Okay.
one, yeah.
I'm going to say real quick, it's a really well-kept property. I've
It's lovely.
noticed, and so that's appreciated, and looks like there's no complaints. We're
Right.
in a previous business, so let's take care of the man.
We can't ask what he charges for transmission work, can we?
We're all thinking,
It's a
yeah.
hobby.
I actually have a vehicle he can work on. Again, I'll make the motion to allow the annexation and zoning request to IL as presented to us with recommended conditions of approval, with the only change being bullet point 4, that the vehicles to be worked on would not exceed 5, and that that would not include his personal vehicles. So that's my motion.
Second. Sorry, Victor.
You got it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Are we good? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All of a sudden, I couldn't think.
Okay, so now, and stay put for this one, we have another action item. This is 6.4 on the agenda, and this is a variance to section 10.1.10B, and this is home occupation standards allowing more than 25% of the gross floor area of the dwelling to be used for a small-scale hobby home occupation auto transmission repair shop in a detached pole building of 1,200 square feet, or 29% of the gross floor area of the dwelling at 16545 Madison Road, for Glenn and Judith Watts. So we'll go ahead and just let staff go for it.
So since this request required the variance, I guess that's appropriate. Again, if he uses half of that pole building for his business, that would create a 29% area based on the size of his dwelling
Versus 25 by code.
versus 25. And he also indicates, it's hard to keep it 29, So I don't know how concerning the percentage is of how much of that building is used. He indicated that some of it he does have personal stuff in, that's stored in that building. But so I just picked it out of the air, saying, well, if you used half of it, it'd be 29%. Possibly could be more. So maybe if you approve the variance, if you feel it's acceptable, you could even say, well, there's no limit on the percentage of the building you could use, so it'd be a larger variance than that. But it's all how you want to proceed. It's a little hard
Okay.
thing for us to really consider what the percentage of that building is being utilized for, and it could go up and down too, as he indicates, based on what's going on.
Council, do you have any questions for Steph?
So, Mayor Kling, Norm, the size of the pole barn now in relation to the home is what percentage?
Yes, that's
58%?
so I went through that calculation in the staff report. Let's see. So the house percentage, I have a slide that shows that. 2,287 square foot dwelling with attached garage.
1,200 is the pole barn.
1,200 with the pole barn.
So it's more than 50%,
Right, the total size is,
slightly over.
Yeah, the 25%, the 29% would actually allow him to use half of the pole building. That's what that 29% is based on.
So the variance request is to exceed the 25%. It's just up to us.
You just said, you're going to allow it to exceed the 25%. He could use all of it if he wanted to.
But we limit it to the pole barn.
Yeah, not limited to the pole barn.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up in support of or in opposition to this. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on behalf of this applicant? Okay, seeing none. Does our applicant do you have anything you want to share on this? No? Okay. Then I would ask for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Council, discussion. What's the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, the recommended conditions of approval state the tenant improvement requirement to, for the mechanical permit for ventilation, and I assume the owner is, that's okay. Yeah, it's done. So I would make the motion to allow the variance request, knowing that the pole barn exceeds the 25% percentage of the main building, the motion would be to allow the full use of the pole barn without limitation, but no additions can be made to the pole barn to exceed that 1,200 square feet without coming back before this council.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Oh, with other conditions of approval. I think I said that in my motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
You did. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And you're done. You can go home now. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for moving to our area.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, item 6.5 on the agenda. This is the annexation and zoning to RS6, which is single-family residential, 6,000 square feet at 4100 East Greenhurst Road. This is a .52 acre parcel, and this is for David Hurd, and this is for connection to city sewer. Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval. Is the applicant here this evening? I don't see the applicant. So Norm, are you the... Sometimes this is the case that they don't realize that they need to be here. Are you the applicant? No. No? No, but I have a question about that. Okay, we'll have to wait until public hearing. And when we get to public hearing, then you'll get to come forward and ask your question. Thank you, Norm.
If I recall, I can't recall whether the commission, whether the applicant showed up before the commission meeting or not. We did invite them to come to the meeting tonight, and I think there was some concern expressed, and I think the minutes are here. Let's see. Yes, I had spoken with Mr. Hurd earlier in the day at the commission meeting, and he agreed the annexation, but he did not wish to attend the public hearing. He'd already connected city sewer and was allowed to do so on the condition that he annex. So he didn't see the need to show up since, he was conditioned to require annexation to connect. So that's why he's not present this evening, I would assume.
Okay. So, okay. Thank
So
you.
that's the circumstance there. And I will just go through the staff report. This again is one of those connection annexations to the sewer in this instance, 4100 East Greenhurst Road. This is a small little parcel of land shown on the overhead. It's a triangular piece. This is East Greenhurst Road. The road back into the subdivision is the Triple Crown Estates. I forget the name of the road back there. I think I've got it listed here somewhere. But anyway, they access from this interior roadway through a private lane that comes back into the property. They do have frontage on Greenhurst, but it's not access. They don't have access there. This is a landscape strip along that subdivision area. And this is a church over to the west of that location on the north side of Greenhurst. The zoning is, the comprehensive plan future land use map is medium density residential. It's a subdivision totally in the area. And for whatever reason, this piece is surrounded by the common area of Triple Crown subdivision here. That's what this lot is. I don't know whether this was sold off from Triple Crown or probably not. I think it was just an out parcel that they allowed access through there. And anyway, so the owner is seeking to annex now so he can connect this house to the city sewer service. And as it mentioned, it's totally surrounded by single family, and it is single family. Again, this shows the comp plan designations, medium density surrounding, the school property across Greenhurst to the south, all of the medium density, some low density over here to the east. And the proposed zoning designation is RS6, which is what is surrounding, so it's kind of a no-brainer. Utilities are available, the sewer's there to connect to, and the access is through the South Preakness Way is the name of that street. And they have easement through the common area to access into their property. That's how they access that. There's a view from East Greenhurst. You can't hardly see the property. You kind of see the driveway back there coming in, and then this is from South Preakness Way, the driveway entering into the property here at the house. There's your bird's eye view that kind of shows you the whole picture. So staff discussion, are the just acceptable request, of course. And it's an enclave parcel. It's already been infilled. They just want to connect to the sewer. And again, here's the same city conditions of approval for many of these, same as many of these, and it talks about access to the sewer, and which Daniel can answer any of the issues that are raised in those conditions, because they're all engineering conditions. Any questions?
Does the applicant understand the conditions? Do they agree to the conditions of approval?
I guess they basically did when they agreed to be annexed, because I think that was all outlined to them at that time as well.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for Norm? Okay, so without our applicant here, there is no one that is signed up in support of or in opposition to. This is a public hearing, and this is an opportunity for someone that didn't sign up to come testify. And so this would be your opportunity to come forward if you have a question. And when you come forward, I'm going to ask you to give us your name and address. And then we'll have about 3 minutes for you to testify or ask your questions, whatever it is.
Okay. I'm Karen Hicks, and I live at 97 North 29th Street, which is right on the corner of Port and 29th. Now, we have a section there off of Port that is, they say it's going to be light industrial.
Okay, so hang on just 1 second, Norm.
Yes, I think the speaker here is referring to the next public hearing.
The next one. Okay, so,
Off Port Street.
okay, that's not this one. Okay, so it'll be just a minute. It's the next public hearing, so you have to wait just a few more minutes if you don't mind.
Oh.
And we're going to have you do the exact same thing all over again. This was a dry run, so you're going to come back in just a minute. Okay.
Always good practice. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to speak in support of or opposition to this particular project this evening? Okay, seeing none, I think we can go ahead and ask for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council, what's the will of the council on this one?
Mayor, I don't think it's necessary for the applicant to be here for this one. I'm going to go ahead and ask that we approve the annexation of zoning to RS6 for this property at 4100 East Greenhurst Road for connection to city sewer for David E. Hurd.
Second.
With the conditions of approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, now we're ready for 6.6, and this is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to light industrial at 2923 Port Street. So this one will be yours for the northerly approximate 1.46 acres, and this is to RS6, single-family residential, and for the southerly approximate 3.56 acres. And this is for Hahn Contractors, Jeff Hahn, and the Planning and Zoning did recommend approval. And our applicant is here, and go ahead and give us your name and address.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Lance Warnick. I'm a professional engineer with Aspen Engineers. Home address is 7312 Wild Horse Way, Nampa, Idaho 83686. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the applicant. He's also here and he can testify after me just to, when it comes time to talk a little bit about the project. Essentially what we're asking for is this parcel is located essentially one parcel west of the intersection of King, just south of Port. It's over by the Armory, by the airport. The properties that are located on the north side of Port are all zoned light industrial. The property surrounding us on the west side is RS6. We had originally proposed to annex the entire parcel with the zoning of light industrial, with the hope in the future of coming back through and rezoning the south portion as RS6 at a future date. Per the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we've tweaked that request, and so the proposal that you have before you today is that the north 325 feet, as you can see on the map included in page 13 of your packet, would be zoned light industrial. Mr. Hahn would actually like to develop a building on the north side there. He's got some tax deferred money that needs to be built quickly, I guess the best way to say it. So with that, the anticipation would be to try to give us a place that we can have a building, do street improvements along Port Street, which would include the widening of Port, the construction of curb, gutter, and sidewalk to match the existing improvements on the west, and potentially, you know, then at some date we'd come back through and do a single-family subdivision on the south side of the property there. The comprehensive plan, I think, is in supportive of this. We're adjacent to existing light industrial, adjacent to single-family residential. We'll meet the conditions of the city. I do want to clarify, that it's not a salvage yard that's operating on the property. It does have some vehicles stored on there, but it's not a public salvage yard where people come through and get things. He's got some other operations associated with that on some other properties. Not salvage yard, but selling of vehicles. So, but long story short, just ask for your approval of the annexation and north light industrial and south portion RS6. So, thank you.
Great. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield.
Lance, this is outside the runway protection zone, I would assume, of the airport flight line.
I believe so, yes.
Do you have to work with FAA as far as on reflective surfaces on these rooftops, or is there any consideration where you've worked with the airport already with their review of your request?
Mayor, members of the council, I don't know at this point. At this point, we're just doing the annexation. When the building review comes through, I'm sure that'll be something that the building designer will definitely be in contact with the city and the airport if that is a concern. I'm a dirt and pipe guy. I deal with the ground, so I don't know.
Yeah, just something to be aware of.
Thank
There
you.
might be a possibility there.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll have you come back. Okay. And who's Rodney?
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Principal Planner. He covered a lot of mine, so let me just jump forward a little bit. As he mentioned, light industrial to the north. This is the comp plan, so you can see that it is in the medium density residential designation, but our comp plan is flexible, and those boundaries can extend or be stretched to one parcel deep in either direction. So this is compliant with the comprehensive plan with that condition on the map. The zoning, you can see here, light industrial to the north. There's quite a bit of different industrial uses in the immediate area. However, it's kind of unique. There's also residential in the immediate area. And so just to the west there is the Taylor single-family subdivision, and that's an RS6 zone over here. And then there's quite a few enclave properties that are residential, rural residential in nature. the property has utilities available to the north and actually to the southwest through the Taylor subdivision. Access to the property is currently from Port Street, but there is also a property, or a road, Bright Street, that has a stub street going to the southern half of this property. And so the intention, as the applicant stated, is to develop that southern part into residential. And so we'd have that connection through the subdivision to the west. I put the floodplain map up here just so you get a sense of what's happening here. The green or yellow here is the 500-year floodplain. Not really a lot of restrictions there, but the blue, I assume that's blue. The blue is the 100-year floodplain, and then the pink or magenta is the floodway. So the 100-year floodplain would have some restrictions, have some flood insurance required for any development that goes on there, residential developments that happen there. So that's something to consider. Okay, correspondence. We actually did receive just one comment in written format about the property, and it's a property owner on Kings Road, 97 South Kings Road, Michael Moore, and he was just concerned about the proposed development being light industrial. He's lived there for a long time. He was concerned about Mr. Moore and other uses in the area. I think the applicant addressed that statement, basically saying that they do sell vehicles, but they're not running a salvage yard. However, there are some uses there that were brought up during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. There was quite a bit of opposition at the Planning and Zoning Commission because of the appearance of the property right now. According to some of the testimonies that were given, there were several vehicles stacked on top of each other. They could be seen over privacy fences from the residential subdivision. So there were concerns about that. The weeds, code enforcement addressed some of those same concerns. The weeds, the just debris on the property, it just doesn't look good. However, development often takes care of that concern as the property is developed. Those are usually addressed. So just quickly, Nampa Engineering Department said that upon annexation into the city, 40 feet of right-of-way is required. Any future development of the site will require the placement of sidewalk along Port Street frontage, and any future development of the site will require connection to city utilities that are available there, and the southerly half of this property is in the floodway, or floodplain, and then a little bit in the floodway. So I addressed a lot of what's on this slide here, the concerns from the public. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission voted to approve it. However, they put these 6 different conditions on the property, basically requiring that the property be improved or cleaned up before it came to City Council. My understanding is that it is not all the way cleaned up. They've made some progress, but there still are some vehicles and some issues there still with debris. And so my recommendation is that we don't adopt the final ordinance for this annexation and zoning until those conditions are met for the property. They also addressed the concern that the applicant spoke of, that the northern part of the property would be industrial. I think I have a slide here. Yeah, good. IL would be the northern part of the property, and the southern part of the property would be RS6. That was the applicant's intent all along, but they had requested industrial for the entire property, and that was a concern for people in the subdivision and off of Kings Road. So a condition that Planning and Zoning put on the property owner was to have, for this meeting, a legal description for that area. We didn't receive that legal description. They were unable to secure that, but they did indicate how deep that would go, and it's 325 feet. I've tried to show that, tried to be as precise as possible here, that would go basically to the fourth house, basically the middle of the fourth house down this road. And that would be 325 feet from the center line of Port Street. So that's what's shown here. Okay, I think I've addressed all that. This is a concept rendering that they provided to us at the public hearing, and that's for the property right fronting Port Street. I have a copy of the industrial land uses if you want me to put it up on the screen, but I've provided that in the packet as well, and the signage. The proposed use is generally compatible with the comprehensive plan. Infill development is strongly encouraged by the comprehensive plan. There are a couple of issues that I wanted to point out from our code regarding light industrial land uses next to residential. There's an intent to buffer this a little bit, so there is a condition that they would be required to have landscaping that would obscure the view up to 10 feet, or to have a 6 to 8 foot side obscuring fence between the residential uses and the industrial property. There's also a requirement for 30-foot setback from the property line for residentially zoned districts. And so that's a concern that we'll have to look at through the permitting process as they submit their permit to us. And then just a finding from staff is that it's eligible for annexation because it's contiguous to annexed property already. Those are the recommended findings in your staff report and the staff recommended conditions that I've already spoken about and are in your staff report. And then I've also placed the potential motion on the screen and would stand for questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So is the intent that the back section residential parcel be accessed off of Bright Street?
That's correct.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any connection for that area going to the, I assume, north up to Port?
I think that may be, oh, sorry, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield. That may be a question that you ask the applicant to clarify, but I think at the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, they indicated that there wouldn't be an access through the front property.
Okay, so there's two separate parcels.
Correct.
One for industrial and one for residential. A good portion of the back, or the southern section of the residential is in the floodplain. You said that was, the blue section was 100-year?
That's correct. The blue section is
And the green is the 200-year floodplain?
It's the 500-year.
500-year, I'm sorry. And then Mason Creek is basically cutting off.
Pink.
Yeah, so there's that setback requirement. Because Bright Street actually enters the property in the blue area. So I guess that's why they have the professional engineer speaking on behalf of the project tonight. Sorry. So, okay, that's all I needed.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Rodney, a few questions, please. I'm noticing that this is currently zone country residential, and the comp plan designates it as medium-density residential. Surrounding is only across the street where it's light industrial, from what I can tell, and I believe it indicated also in the staff report. So the applicant or the representative also indicated that the P&Z department recommended light industrial. So giving those factors, and then I'll have a follow-up statement or question. What was the thinking with the P&Z department?
So I think maybe that's another question for the applicant. I'm not sure who told him light industrial, but I know there was some discussion in the planning and zoning public hearing about this issue. They wanted to do, their main goal here was to do the industrial development off of Port Street that I showed the concept drawing for. And then when they came into the planning and zoning department, they said, basically they found that it would take an additional amount of time to split the property, to do a property split there. And then so that would delay the process for getting approval for the industrial development to move forward. So in that conversation, it kind of became confusing, and they felt like the best thing to do would to be move forward with light industrial for the entire property, and then come back in for a rezone of the property to the south once they did the lot split. After that would be following the annexation and zoning. And during the process of the public hearing, we just found that was unnecessary. We could identify, if we can get a legal description, we can say where exactly that property line will go in the future, and that will, the property owner has proposed that be 325 feet from Port Street center line. So all of that being said, I think it just came down to timing and not wanting to delay the process. But we believe we can still move forward with this annexation and zoning in a timely manner and still get the zoning to the south as residential.
Mayor, so a question and a follow-up statement as well. So I am correct then, I'm not misreading the staff report, that the light industrial is across the street, but anything surrounding that direct parcel is not light industrial.
That is correct. So everything to the north is zoned as light industrial, and to the west is residential.
Okay. And then my follow-up statement, in case I've totally understood this, so you could correct me. I heard you say about an infill project, and my understanding in the past was P&Z has more of a push or incentive toward infill projects being high-density housing, not industrial, light industrial.
So, Mayor and Councilwoman Levi, that is a great question. Our comprehensive plan addresses infill in a couple of different ways. Our zoning code has a specific definition for infill. So when we look at an RS4 subdivision, there's specific requirements that they have to meet in order to be considered an infill development. Basically, an enclave property, a lot going on in the area. There's several conditions, but our comprehensive plan discusses infill development is just generally within the outer boundaries of where the city has developed. So if we can develop where we already have utilities, we already have roadways that we're maintaining, that's considered infill in the comprehensive plan.
Thank you for the explanation.
Council, do you have any additional questions for the staff?
Just to follow up,
Yes.
the parcels that are in between North 29th and this parcel, those are residential, correct? They're developed now in single family on the west boundary?
These here?
Yeah,
Yes, those are developed as residential.
okay. And then are there requirements as far as for IL landscape buffers between residential and IL development?
Yeah, so that's the side obscuring landscaping or the fence, or it could be both, or it could be the fence and some landscaping that's 10 feet wide.
10 feet wide.
10 feet wide.
No building can be placed within 30 feet, is that what I heard you say? So what was presented in the concept did not have any landscape shown as far as on that west boundary.
Yeah, that's correct.
But on the east boundary, is that industrial there?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, the east boundary side is actually rural residential. It's in the county.
So it is residential as well? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Rodney? What type of proposed business will this be? What kind of noise do you think that's going to create for the residents right behind this?
Mayor and Councilman or Councilwoman Mucci, that is probably a question you should ask the applicant. However, they basically said it's kind of in the public hearing. From my understanding, they said it was a shell building that they're not really sure what is being proposed. But again, I would suggest you ask that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the applicant or for staff? Okay, so this is a public hearing. We only had one person signed up in support, and that was Lance, and you'll be able to come back And so we didn't have anyone signed up in opposition, but I believe we do have someone here. And so go ahead, this time you can come forward and say your name and address again. And then please feel free to let us know what your questions or concerns are. So what was your name?
I'm Karen Hicks, and I live on the corner of Port and 29, there on the left side of that property.
And what's your exact address?
Pardon?
What's your exact address?
It's 97 North 29th Street.
Thank you.
Okay, there's concern here because the properties on the left side of that property, their backyards are right there. And there is residential on the other side. Normally, Port Street, it's a small street, comes off of Kings Road. All the industrial is on the north side of Port Street. There isn't any other industrial on the left side or on the south side. And then here we've got this block of residential, and then when the lady that died or wherever happened to her on that property, all of a sudden there's a lot of cars on that property. It looks terrible. Like he says, it does need cleaned up. We're concerned of what exactly is going to be the industrial. Like I said, their backyards are right on it, on both sides. I mean, here's this industrial wanting to come right through the middle of the whole block. And that's a big concern to the people that are residential around there. So what's happening here, I mean, Port Street usually blocked all the industrial on the other side.
You make a very good point. So I can't answer any of your questions, but I think our applicant can answer the questions. And so that will be a question that we'll ask the applicant when he comes back to answer that question. So, thank you.
Yeah, we certainly don't want anything there that is going to be of any kind of environmental problem. You know, something that will make the neighborhood smell or anything like that. Personally, the residential people around there just assume that there is no industrial coming on that side of Port Street. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify or that would like to testify during this? Thank you. So as you come forward, please state your name and address and your relationship to, so you must, are you the applicant? Okay, the owner, thank you.
Mayor and council members, my name is Jeff Hahn. My home address is 16790 Rose Park Drive in Nampa. Lance is the engineer that I hired on this project. I think I need to tell you just a brief part of the story and how this property, why it is what it is today and where we see this going in the future. My son bought this property not long before he was involved in a fatal car crash. I picked this thing up, and the cars that are there are the remnants of his company that he had at the time, which is I'm running now, which is a wholesale automotive dealership. We do our own in-house repairs. We consign those cars out to other retail outlets. We don't have a retail outlet. The cars that are there are those that he had bought, some that I've bought, that I had to go find and bring in to one location so we could protect them, take care of them, fix them, and eventually sell them. We've sold that inventory down by 50% from the time of the crash and when I took over. I have an opportunity here to develop this property, and I think that's what I've, along the lines of what we've proposed. Why the P&Z, initially the staff recommended the entire parcel be sought and annexed as light industrial. My understanding, after going back after the P&Z Commission hearing, was to simplify the process. That was not my intent. My intent was to do similar to what we have proposed here now. And at the P&Z Commission hearing, it came full circle, came right back to what my original suggestion was, which is fine. The reason I picked a commercial building the city calls it light industrial in this area, for the front part is specifically due to what's across the street on the north side of Port. And if you're familiar with that area at all, it's some pretty tough-looking commercial buildings that have been, probably there for a long time. We presented at the P&Z Commission hearing a rendering, if you will, concept rendering that is it available? I would hope that anybody here would realize and recognize the vast improvement that this property would lend to this area. It would be hopeful, I think the staff at P&Z said, that maybe at some point the stuff over on the north side could be tore down, renovated, whatever, and something much more appealing and more attractive be placed there. My architect said, Jeff, you're over-designing and overbuilding for the area. I'm a builder, but I think that's the right thing to do. So we looked at it as a buffer. I did. This commercial building, this light industrial building, multi-tenant building, would be a buffer to the residential that we would put to the south of it. So the idea is to develop this property, lease it out to the occupants that would have to meet planning and zoning requirements, would have to obtain occupancies and so on. And I'd probably sell that building and then come back to the city for the subdivision to the south with existing RS6 residential zoning that matches the current city properties that are developed to the west. Financially, I can't do all at the same time, so we'd do this building first, sell it, and then go do the rest of it. There is a timing issue involved, and that is I'm selling another piece of property that if we do the 1031 exchange and do it properly, I would be able to build this building. And then we would sell it, of course, and roll that money into the residential development. But with the timing issue in hand, that is the element that if this doesn't work, if I can't make that timing thing work for the city, then we'll need to go do something else. And so there's an element there that I'm a bit concerned about, the discussion from some of the council members about, or maybe it was by Rodney, I think, which was about the vehicles being stacked on one another. There are no vehicles stacked on one another. That it be cleaned up prior to annexation. We've met the requirements of the letter I received, which was the specific requirements that P&Z imposed. We do not have all of the cars removed from the property yet, but we have not operated as a salvage yard, and that was one of their specific requirements prior to annexation. We've removed about 25 to 30% of the vehicles off the property since the P&Z Commission hearing. And you might recall that up until about 2.5 weeks ago, it was kind of wet and rainy. So we've done a lot in a short period of time to remove things from there. The trash, and we will continue to do so. The trash and debris that was there was from the tenant of the house for the most part. He's cleaned that up, and it's been removed and or placed on the flatbed truck ready to drive out of there now. So it is cleaned up from that perspective. My intention and my request before you is that we continue to remove cars, but that all the cars not be required to be out of there until we apply for an occupancy permit for the new building. Hence being, I just can't move all those cars as quickly as you require. If we have to delay annexation for that particular requirement, then it'll kill the project because I won't be able to meet the 1031 deadline, the tax deadline, unless I can delay sale of that, which I don't know that I can. So with that, I would like to make one more remark to the lady that testified earlier, that she certainly wouldn't want any environmental problems with the potential, future tenants of the commercial building. I can assure you, as a building owner, I wouldn't want that either. She specifically mentioned odors. I would be concerned too about contamination, ground contamination, so on and so forth. As a commercial building contractor, I understand what those are. We have dealt with site drainage systems many times, hence Lance's involvement too. And we'll make sure that that's all done right. So we thought we were presenting to the city the best of both worlds. We buffer, I'm going to use the term, the ugly existing commercial stuff across the street, and we complement the existing RS6 zoning to the south. Before my son bought this property, we had looked at it earlier, and it was under contract, so we backed away. The realtor involved told me that the applicant at that time had pursued high-density residential. That is not what we're proposing. We're proposing a piece of it be commercial, light industrial to the north, the rest of it matching RS6 zoning to the south. So with that, if there's any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Randy.
I'm a little confused as far as the IL and the RS6. The whole parcel, the request tonight is for all IL, is that correct? No. Okay, it's not. It's just for the front section, front third, or whatever it is.
And that's the 325 feet, I think, that was defined.
Okay, so you'll have a lot line basically separating the two, and you'll be able to sell off the front to be able to develop the back. And it's, so for full disclosure, what your intent is develop that back portion with an RS6 residential.
Yes, sir.
That's accessed off of Bright Lane.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the sensitivity, obviously, that's been mentioned by the adjoining property owners is a buffer. What you're proposing in your elevations is like a office warehouse type of setup, incubator
Flex
type.
building.
Yeah, flex building for whatever industrial. The industrial is more of just like electricians and plumbers and those type of people. That's what I'm seeing in your drawings. Is that your intent? Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to get that clarity as far as split between the two and your proposal. So long-term, the access to the back section is for residential, not for more IL type development back there. So
That's correct.
all right.
That is correct. And there was a question too, I'm reminded now, of whether, and you may have been the one to ask this, whether the Bright Street connection would connect up to Port Street. And the answer is no.
Right. Thank you.
We didn't think the two should go through each other.
No.
Okay, Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Hahn, sorry for your loss, and thank you for working through a difficult situation and trying to make the best as you can. And also thank you for taking into consideration the area around you and trying to make it a much better, pleasant-looking place. I'm interested, if I understood correctly, you had stated that there are cars currently on the property. And maybe our planning and zoning staff will have to clarify this further for me, but it's currently zoned country residential. Do you know, is there a CUP or some kind of exception that's allowing those cars to be accumulated on that lot?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
So,
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, again, and I think we can all speak for all of us. Sorry for your loss. I am going to get a little specific, though. How long has it been since you've taken over the property?
2 years.
Okay. My one concern, and I'm not driven by the property, but I'm hearing that there have been some conditions, and you are aware that the residential properties are right close to you. And so my concern is not because P&Z or anyone else has placed a condition on you to clean up that property, but just for the care of those residents, as if you were a resident in one of those. I guess I'm a little concerned. It's been 2 years that you have not done something about that on your own. And maybe there's a good explanation for that, but that you understand what my...
Can I address that?
You bet. I will stop. You bet.
No, that's quite all right. I would like to address that, though, and it's not that we've parked those cars over there and ignored them. I've said we've sold the inventory down by 50%. He had over 500 cars. I'm not talking about a small deal here. I'm talking about a big one. And I had to step in
I'm sorry.
That's,
Yeah.
I elected to step in and take over and do the best I could do, and I have done that. Have I achieved everything as quickly as I'd like to? No. Have we kept the company going and the people employed and the other companies that rely upon us? My son, he sold 900 cars in 2017. I can't hardly wrap my head around that. We've sold, I don't have this number, probably 500 cars since in 2 years. But we've cut that inventory, well, we had to go find it. That was not an easy task. We found 99.9% of what we knew to look for. And we gathered it up in all kinds of different states of repair, stuff I'd never seen. I didn't know what to look for. But it's a good thing I'd hired him a bookkeeper earlier on. Because with that balance sheet, we were able to, and the help of his other employees, locate this stuff. But leaving it sit someplace else, unprotected, subject to theft, vandalism, and what have you, would not be a prudent business thing to do. So the only place I had that was available to us was this piece of property he had just bought, which incidentally I also paid for. And since the accident, or he would have had it taken care of. We went in there. I did two things. We started looking for the inventory, and I went to talk to the Canyon County Commissioners because I knew I wasn't zoned for it. I knew there'd be questions to be asked. And then the second thing I did was instructed our crew to go out there and install screening, fence screening. So we bought a lot of 6-foot tall nylon mesh fence screening, and we installed that inside the perimeter of the property. So there's some existing fencing along the west side. Some of those areas didn't, it's full solid fencing. Some of those areas didn't need our screening too, but some of them we put up anyway. And we put up screening all the way around the area where the cars would be. Our intention was never to offend anyone. And if I lived there, I wouldn't be offended by it. Now, are we making progress? Yes, we've made a lot of progress. We sold 250 cars off, more than that actually, to reduce the inventory down. And in the last, it's been 5 weeks or so since the P&Z hearing, we've removed 25 to 30% of what remains. I'm going to pat myself on the back if nobody else does. And we have plans to probably do the same thing again within the next 4 to 5 weeks. So I am confident in stating that I believe we will meet the target as I proposed, that before we apply for any occupancy for the new building, we'll have every last car off of it, off the property. And logically, and I hope you can understand this, there seemed to be some question before. You know, I've been a builder for 30-some years. We certainly aren't going to build on top of the cars. So the cars have to move before I can even break ground. What I'm really asking for is give me the ability to do that. Give me the ability to utilize the funding. This is probably a one-time thing that I will have available, presuming this other piece of property does close like it looks like it will. And we're going to take this property that was not necessarily ignored, but it was not maintained for many, many years, and we're going to make it better than it's ever been.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. I think what you said right at the start, I had no idea we were talking about that quantity of cars. Okay, so I think that explained what my answer to my question right off the bat. Thank you.
So I have a question for you, and it really is agreeing to the conditions of approval on the landscaping and everything, because I know, I can tell by your heart, and I cannot imagine how difficult this has been. But I know because of who you are, that you would care about those people that own those homes and the valuation of their homes. And so just ensuring that you provide the appropriate barrier when we're putting some industrial, commercial to industrial, light industrial behind a residential. just those, especially those 4 homes there, that you would put something there that would protect them as residences.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, the rendering that we had, my architect, I think, kind of threw together quickly. It'll be a good-looking building, as far as I'm concerned, but there's, I don't know, he has at least 30 feet off of each, the west and the east ends of the building, which is more than we need for a driveway anyway. So while we'll have a solid fence through there that the planning and zoning staff encouraged, I would also place some landscaping down that side and probably the other side as well. Frankly, I think Mr. Haverfield can attest to this, the landscaping is cheaper to do than the asphalt anyway. So if that makes the neighbors happier, I think I'd rather see some greenery down those sides too.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our applicant? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, was there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening that had not had the opportunity to do so? Okay. So seeing none, council, do you have any additional questions before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Second,
All in favor?
birthday boy.
Okay, council discussion.
Mayor Kling, I think this is a good opportunity to get that parcel cleaned up, annexed, and so I'm in support of it. The only thing that I would like to add to the recommended conditions of approval is that a minimum 10-foot wide landscape strip be placed along the east, west, and south sides of the property, since the south will be abutting residential in the future, and that a site obscuring fence be provided as presented to us. Otherwise, I support the annexation and zoning request as presented to us this evening.
So Mayor, can I clarify?
I'm so,
No, go ahead.
you know, because the public hearing is closed, we can't do a back and forth, and I apologize. It just is the rule.
Is there a second to my
I
motion?
apologize.
No, not you. I can second, and then I'll have discussion. I'll second it.
Okay.
Clarification on the south side, because that's not what we're dealing with. I thought with RS6 was a future, that we were just dealing with it 325 feet. So you said landscaping on the south side prior
Mainly,
to
I'm
the-
concerned about the landscaping on the east and west sides. I
Okay,
just
because
thought
otherwise
since-
the south side would not happen until, I would think, residential or whatever.
But, I guess my only thought was if that was going to be residential, that you'd want the same buffer for residential to the industrial along that side as well.
Even though it's his own property.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the fence would be placed, the property line, wherever that's located, that's where the fence would be, but then there'd be also a 10-foot landscape strip.
Okay.
So that the parking, as presented in the rendering to us, is not just headlights that are in somebody's backyard.
That's understandable. I guess the timing would be my only question then is, and, as far as doing that right now or, down the line, if we need to motion as far as on that to have it done, but not, I have the sense of urgency at this point in time on the south side is what.
No, I wouldn't be worried so much about the trees themselves, but just a landscape strip be provided.
Okay.
But along the east and west side, landscaping be provided in that landscape
Okay.
strip.
Yeah, I'm told. I'll maintain my second.
And if you need for me to amend the motion accordingly, I'm willing to do that.
No, I just didn't want to put burden as far as timing. Rodney looks like he's wanting to jump, so, okay.
Mayor and council, I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure there's clarity on when the cars have to be removed as well. In my recommendation, it was before we adopted the ordinance for annexation and zoning. He's asking for before the occupancy permit is issued, so just wanted clarity.
That wasn't in your recommended conditions of approval. We need to make note of that. Okay, so I'll back my motion back out then. If you want to.
Yeah, well, okay, I guess I'm going to need some clarification, because my understanding on as far as his trade-off with the sale that's happening, the timing is crucial.
Right.
So I think he's going to lose that opportunity, just so we're aware of that.
Right. So my motion, I guess, can stand, but No, it can't, because we need to have that definition added or at least addressed so that, that the removal of would not be based upon staff recommendations.
Councilman Haverfield, do you mind, so are you going to rescind your
Yeah,
motion?
I did.
And then can we go back to discussion a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. And I would also like to discuss the fencing. I think it's important that the barrier for the citizens that have their homes there, that there is adequate barrier there. And if it's a chain link fence that
I
just
said
has
side obscuring fence.
a side obscuring, because when you know how you put the things in a chain link fence? If that's side obscuring, that is not probably most appropriate. I'm very familiar with that kind of fencing, and it can look really bad.
Yeah.
So I think that you'd want to ensure that there is a fence that is appropriate to residential. If you're going to put industrial behind residential, that it's the appropriate fencing to protect the values of the homeowners.
Yeah. Rodney, can you come back up again and speak to what your recommendations were as far as for allowing the annexation to take place? The vehicles would have to be removed, is that what you said?
That's correct. In the staff report and on the screen here, I've indicated that they would become compliant with city code, which includes removal of those vehicles.
Instead of just moving them aside
Right.
and working the building up and then removing them. That gives them more time to be able to remove those vehicles.
So if it's your will to give them more time to remove the vehicles up until their occupancy permit is issued, then you'd need to state that instead of what I've put is prior to adoption of the ordinance for annexation and zoning.
Oh, okay.
In several of the, I think a couple of the conditions here. So you just need to say, make that change from annexation and zoning ordinance adoption to occupancy permit is issued.
Okay.
And I would suggest occupancy or no later than, because if for some reason this didn't happen and then it's sat there for 2 years, I think there needs to be a no longer than. We could write occupancy or no later than,
I was hoping
whatever
you could craft the
reasonable
motion.
time is.
Make the motion.
Sorry.
I personally would accept what the mayor, though, has said so far, if that's included in the motion.
Right.
I'm just not gonna quote it, so.
Can you restate your motion, Mayor?
Well, I'm not sure how to articulate. You do a better job of articulating the fencing, that it's because I don't know how to say what kind of fencing that is, but it needs to be a quality fencing
Right.
that does not in any way diminish the value of the homeowners that it would be next to.
So we would either say a wood fence, side obscuring wood fence, or PVC, but not
Possibly.
chain link with slats.
Thank you.
So
And then,
Must be,
between the
Thank
two of
you.
us, we're going to get it done.
Mayor, there must be an architect on this council. Okay, that's good.
And then the other conditional of approval would be that, that the cars could remain until the occupancy, would that be correct?
So the occupancy permit is.
But no later than, and I don't know if that's 6 months or what that is, that appropriate time frame that,
And Mayor, let me just, I think everyone understands, but what I'm saying here is, even though if it's going to be 6 months, I feel like this is going to be a great improvement over time. I know the waiting game is no fun for residents that are already there, but if it's going to be an improvement within 6 months rather than have this set and set and set, and to me, that's a plus, so.
Mayor Clayton.
so it really is the will of the council, though.
Yeah, and I would agree. Just give it to him so we can get going, so he can start his, because if we don't give him the time and he loses out on this closure, oh my gosh, we shouldn't do that.
While we protect the homeowners, though.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the balance there.
You are correct, yes,
Is-
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to make a motion?
No.
So, guys, it's not 11:30, it's only 8:45. Okay.
And we're
Okay.
not done yet.
I'm going to try to make this motion again. Try anyway. That we authorize the annexation and zoning request as presented to us with this evening with the recommended conditions of approval, except that instead of the removal of the vehicles being prior to the annexation and zoning being allowed, is that correct from your standpoint, Rodney? that it would be deferred till the occupancy permit is issued for the building. Now, I say that, but the site has to be developed for the occupancy permit to be given. So that's an issue. I'm trying to craft this. I'm talking as I'm thinking. So the occupancy permit can't be issued until the site is developed for access. But I guess the back portion, they could move the vehicles to the residential side. Okay. So continue on with my motion that annexation and zoning would be authorized instead of waiting until the vehicles could be relocated to the southern portion of the property as long as it's properly screened from the residential neighbors, and that a landscape strip be provided on the east-west sides of the property, a minimum of 10 feet wide, with either a solid wood fence or solid wood PVC fence in the height of 6 feet be installed along those two properties lined or inset as well on the east and west side.
And
Is
then
that your motion, Mayor?
with the no later than,
With the
to
no
have
later-
the removal of the cars. So just in case the development didn't happen,
Okay.
there would be a timeline.
So that the vehicles would be removed no later than 3 months or 6 months? 6 months after the occupancy permit has been issued. That gives them additional 6 months after the occupancy permit.
No, it needs to be in lieu of the occupancy. If they don't move to occupancy, and that's 2 years from now,
Okay, so.
I would say, like they would need to have the cars removed within whatever that reasonable period.
Is it possible to just put that within 6 months, those cars need to be removed?
Okay.
That work for you guys? No? 12 months? 12 months?
Mayor,
6 months.
Mayor,
6 months.
Mayor.
Okay.
Yep.
We've already
Closed public
told-
hearing, we can,
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry. We
Thank
want to
you.
make sure.
It was just a head nod. I saw somebody out there.
I would still go with the 6 months. I'm not
Okay.
going to be happy
So
with
the vehicles have to be, let's split the difference. But the vehicles have to be removed within 9 months. Or by the time the occupancy permit is issued.
Okay.
Along with the fence, along with the landscaping, annexation and zoning is authorized.
Okay, you negotiated. Second.
Mayor made a great motion. I just tried to articulate it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
and I agree that the cars need to be moved one way or another, whether this piece of property is developed or not, because there's not a CUP and that's not the correct use of the property. But I also understand the difficult situation and that the applicant has made the best of a difficult situation. At the same time, I'm looking at the current zoning, I'm looking at the future comp plan, future land use map zoning, and it's residential. And I don't always agree with the future land use or comp plan, and it can be changed, and that's why we have the authority to do that. At the same time, I'm looking at the future land is medium density, and when I understand the applicant's intent is to make it look better than the existing industrial across the street, I have every appreciation for that, and I hope the neighbors do as well. But because it is zoned for future land to be a medium density, to me, it seems like if you're going to have a small subdivision in there, you could have an entrance which does serve as a buffer so that you do not need to definitely see what is across the street, which would also be a nice improvement to the area. So for those reasons, I will not be voting or supporting the motion.
Call for the vote?
Is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
No.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. It's on the mayor.
It's a tie. I do agree that it's challenging to put light industrial in the midst of residential. I do like the fact that the development at the residential is at the back. So I'm going to vote yes on this with the anticipation that the applicant is going to ensure that the work that is done does not devalue those homes. I mean, it's that trust, and we've put in the stipulations, appropriate fencing, landscaping to protect the value of our citizens. Because the other side of that is that it sits there and it isn't developed. So it's a very difficult one. But I'm going to go ahead and support the motion. Okay, that's the end of that one. Our last public hearing of the evening is.
Oh, nice.
Our hardest ones are at the end. Item 6.7, conditional use permit for a boat and RV storage facility in a BC Community Business Zoning District at 2219 Caldwell Boulevard. This is a 9.94 acre parcel of land situated in the southwest quarter of Section 8. This is also known in Canyon County, also known as taxing district 95516 in Block 26, Carter Village, for Jeff Milich Butch Henry. Thank you. I'll let you go ahead and say your name again and get it correct, and your address. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Butch Henry. Address is 2219 Caldwell Boulevard, Nampa. Thank you for the opportunity. We've been before you over the last 9 months discussing this property. You might recall numerous meetings. This is a continuation of that process. We agreed months ago to submit a permit for a conditional use permit. We've done that. That's before you. The property meets our design of the property meets the obligations of the ordinance and the requirements of the city. We would simply ask that you accept our application and approve it, and we move forward with the project. I'll be here this evening. Jeff will address some things, but for most of you that have probably been by the property, we've really cleaned it up. It's looking very professional and ready to, we've submitted for our building permit. We've received a number of permits to do the work that we've done to date. So any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Seeing none, thank you. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Rodney, staff report.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Principal Planner. All right. So this was a former mobile home park that has been cleared. To the north of the property was I believe it was used car lot at one time. So this has all been cleared now, and I'll show an aerial in a minute here. But the current zoning is the BC zone, Community Business Zone. Comp plan is business commercial. I'll get to that zoning, sorry. There we go. To the west is light industrial, and then the rest surrounding it is BC, with the exception of the RD PUD to the south there. So property uses. Jensen Homes Manufactured Home Construction is to the north. The planned unit development with duplexes to the south, Galway Apartments as well. To the east is Christ the King Community Church, Wells Fargo Bank, and then some vacant land. And then to the west, there is a whole bunch of different uses including a storage unit that we've had some discussion with the property owner there in the past about this. So there's that storage unit. There's a bunch of different commercial uses, smart food service warehouse stores, Play It Again Sports, Western Recycling. There's a lot of different uses in this area. Here's the utilities in the area available both sides, both Caldwell and Karcher Road here. Access. is currently from both Karcher and Caldwell Boulevard, but they will need to confirm that with ITD. Idaho Transportation Department has responsibility for these roadways. Parcel size is almost 10 acres. There's a little better view of it. And then here's the property with it being cleared. It's right in the middle here. You can see all the different uses in the area. And again, being proposed for RV and boat storage. As you may recall, during our discussion about storage units, we determined that there are basically there's differences between boat and RV storage, and then mini walk-up storage, which is the use here to the west. Basically, City Council concluded that we have two different types of people or tenants in these locations. The two different types of commercial storage. Okay, so applicable regulations, a few here. As you know, 10.119 is one that I'll get to in a second. But CUP, since this isn't a common one, I'll go over this with you because these typically only go to planning and zoning. First, it has to comply with zoning code and the comprehensive plan. The proposed location, what you have to find is that the proposed location, size, and design of the use, it can't adversely impact the livability or appropriate development of the abutting properties and the surrounding neighborhood. It's got to fit the neighborhood, nor shall it be inconsistent with the appearance of the area. Again, these are findings that you have to find if you approve the conditional use permit. And then it must enhance the area in its basic community functions. And then 10.119, I've kind of highlighted a couple of key points on here just so it's clear. Conditional use permits are required by City Council now for storage units. There is a setback of up to 150 feet from the right-of-way. As you may recall, we had this condition in here to try to encourage the appearance right up against our major roadways to be, something other than storage units. And so we have two arterial roadways here that we're fronting, and that is up to your decision whether you want to require that 150-foot setback. That doesn't mean that nothing can be developed in there. It means that another use could go in there that's allowed by that BC zone. Okay, the minimum distance of 100 feet from any residential zones or buildings. The facade changes that are required for long stretches of wall. If it's contiguous to residential, then it will have a height limit of 10 feet high at the edge of eaves. This is probably pretty critical because when we have boat and RV storage, they're typically going to be higher than that 10 feet. So it would require a variance to that code. And finally, the last one there is landscape buffer of 25 feet shall be required of the properties that are contiguous to streets or pathways or sidewalk right-of-way. And up against residential zones. Okay, so city correspondence. We only got correspondence from engineering that had anything of interest. They do not oppose the application because it already has city utilities and access to the property. So staff analysis. Applicant has stated on many occasions that their intent is to have commercial development along Caldwell Boulevard and Karcher Road. I didn't see that in this application, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that that was their intent. How you would implement that is that 150-foot setback, up to 150 feet setback. Fiscal impact analysis. As you know, we've done several fiscal impact analyses for storage. This one is a little bit unique if it has commercial along Karcher and along Caldwell Boulevard. it becomes more of a financially stable or financial benefit to the city with those uses. Without it, it's maybe a minimal use, and it's a commercial property, so you can imagine, as you recall, the RV parks, a commercial use was 10 times the value for RV parks. Now, this is going to have a little more value because it's more permanent structures on here, but commercial development would have a significant greater benefit than an RV park, or excuse me, a storage unit. And then finally, the applicant will need a variance for building height due to the proximity of the RD zone to the south. Building height is limited to 10 feet when next to a residential zone, so that will have to come before you in the future. I've stated the recommended findings in the staff report and on the screen. Recommended conditions, the 150-foot setback is my recommendation. If the applicant wishes to construct storage structures with eaves greater than 10 feet, they'll need a variance. Just a clarification there. And with that, I've stated my recommended motion.
Are there any questions?
Mayor?
Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you. Rodney, I'm looking at page 2 of the staff report, and it does say the applicant had indicated interest in providing commercial buildings on both ends of this development so that the boat and RV storage units were screened from view of the 2 major state roadways. So I was just going to check on a couple things.
Yeah.
So that 150-foot setback from a right-of-way, does that leave enough room for them to erect a building there?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilwoman Levi, that's a great question. The 150-foot setback was a kind of a minimum distance that you would need for just a regular office building to go in. So it's small. 150 feet is small. If there were interest in going beyond that as a condition of approval, that's something that the council would need to discuss. But I think there is enough room to have an office building of some kind, or a commercial strip mall or something like that in there.
Okay. And then another question I had, and I apologize, I haven't got to my map in time since I'm asking you questions here. A couple of your concerns or analysis referred to residential, if there was residential in the area, the 100-foot away, the height of the building, et cetera. Was there residential that we needed to be concerned about?
What we've done is we've typically considered across the street still applicable. And so it's to the south are those apartments and residential.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for answering my questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So Rodney, landscape setback on the 2 road frontages, Karcher and Nampa Caldwell Boulevard, what is the minimum requirement?
Yeah, so I believe it's 25, yeah, I know it's 25 feet.
25 feet.
Yeah.
Can parking be in that setback, or does it have to be landscape only?
It cannot be in that, it has to be landscaped.
Okay, so a building, an office building of some type can be how close to that? Can it be 30 feet off with the parking behind it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the 150 feet, you've already stated that you can go beyond that. So any buildings that are fronting on Nampa Caldwell Boulevard or Karcher Road would be subject to design review approval?
It's in a BC zone, so yes.
Okay. So how far back along the, since there's a skewed angle on the northern portion, how far back does the planning and zone, or the design review, how far back can they review what those buildings look like?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, actually, I should have stated that because it's a storage development, as part of the changes that we recently made, we said the the design review would be required for all storage developments. So they would look at 10-119, all these conditions, including the facade changes and all of that, and it would be for the entire project.
So for along both east and west boundary lines would have to comply with those requirements. And that's 3 different material types. I mean, the whole gamut.
Yeah.
They would have to comply with.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Rodney, I need to I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Mayor. I'll go after you. You may
So-
cover what I'm saying.
She might make a motion. You better be careful.
So I'm a little confused. Maybe confused isn't the word, but storage units versus boat and RV storage, right? So we had identified that we did not want any storage units within a certain perimeter of other units, right? That's what we agreed to, because we looked
Actually,
at that
no.
perimeter. We
So
got
that-
away from it?
We, in the staff report, that's what I recommended, but the city council determined that they decided not to do that. So they removed that condition from the approved.
Shame on us. Okay, so because the whole intent with the changes that we had was that we had an overabundance of storage units, right? And then here we've got a storage unit right on top of storage units, but, so we don't have any conditions whatsoever that we have applied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you mentioned that it's different, but how would you differentiate? I mean, between us matching mini storage units to mini storage units versus boat and RV?
Great question. Again, in my staff report, when I presented that, I suggested that we not differentiate that. However, the applicant before you tonight made his case before you, and his argument was that these are different clients that go into these properties. A mini storage, self-storage is for, and I'm kind of restating what their points were, but they are for goods and products that maybe you're moving or something, you put all your gear and or your stuff into those mini storage units. But RV and boat storage, they are, even if they're enclosed and with a roll-up door, they are much bigger and much higher, and so they are intended for RVs or boats to park in there. And what the applicant has stated in the past is that that they don't see the same clients for the same reasons.
However, the fiscal impact study remains the same,
That's correct.
either whichever way it does. One thing that I didn't see is what is the percentage of the property, because you're talking about commercial going possibly on either end, but what percentage of that land use is actually still assigned to storage?
So Mayor, the application was just for, it's just for the CUP, right? So it did not state in the application a certain amount of commercial use or anything. So that was my point. In the past, we have talked with the applicant and they've stated that their intent is to have commercial uses on both ends. I didn't see that in this application, so I'm trying to make sure that that's clear.
It's not, okay. Thank you.
Is there going to,
Yes.
can I say something?
Yes.
Is there going to be like hoses on site? Did they say anything?
Mayor and Councilman Bauer, I'd recommend that you ask the applicant that.
Mayor, you want to go first?
You go right ahead. I'll wait.
I just need some clarification because on boats and motorhomes and so on, 10 feet. So the 10 feet limit, I'm not understanding how that works. So how close can they be to the church and not have a 10-foot? It's going to be more than 10 feet. Not for boat storage, but for motorhome or whatever, it's going to need more than 10 feet height. Am I correct, Councilman Haverfield?
They're asking for a variance.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
asking for a
Well,
variance, but we
they
waive
aren't
that.
yet, but they.
No, I'm not seeing a variance. It's CUP, yeah. Conditional use permit.
But you've stated that they will need to ask for a variance.
That's correct.
But how does that work when we're approving a conditional use permit? In essence, you're approving the variance now.
Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, if,
That's what
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
in essence, it has to be.
That's what I'm trying to get at,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so what you're saying then is pretty much the variance, they would not have to, they could be over 10 feet. Bottom line. I just want a bottom line answer. Okay.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'm
And
sorry. legal.
Councilwoman, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, Councilman Bruner and Council, I just wanted to interject. Well, it may seem that the CUP and the variance are connected. In a sense, they are not. So it may be the case that a conditional use permit is required for a use in a particular zone. And the question you're asking yourself that for this particular conditional use permit is whether or not you can put conditions on the use that will help mitigate negative effects on surrounding uses. If they would like a variance to the bulk requirements for whatever the use is that goes in there, that's entirely separate. The considerations are somewhat the same, but it would be appropriate to grant a conditional use permit based on information here and to deny a variance for the things presented at that variance hearing. But for this particular hearing, we want to make sure that we talk specifically about the conditional use permit, not about the decision to put these conditions, that particular decision, or about the variance. For the purpose of this record and making this decision, we need to be careful that we're sticking in the confines of what is here in front of us.
Okay, so
Even
I still need some clarification what
Right.
that all means. Okay, I mean, are they going to, layman's terms, are they going to, from this decision, if we go yes for this conditional use permit and it's voted as a yes with this council, are they going to be allowed, or do they have to come back and get a variance to go higher than 10 feet?
Mayor, Councilman Berner, they will have to get a variance if whatever they're doing is going to violate the bulk requirements. So the answer is yes. If they require a variance, your decision here will not grant them a variance.
Okay.
The thing before you is just the conditional use permit. And if they want a building that's too high, they will have to come back and get a variance for that specific building.
There is an outcome of that, though, because then in essence, and I think you get it, so without saying it, you're actually making a decision in a different direction if that were the case. I don't know if we're allowed to, I mean, it is, because it puts them back into the very thing that we're not here to approve tonight.
So, Mayor and Council, if there is a location that needs a conditional use permit and they also need a variance to do the thing that is the conditional use, if activity were to be undertaken based solely on the granting of a conditional use permit, that would be premature. If a variance is required, a variance is required. And so an applicant, as I'm sure they are aware, before they could do anything requiring a variance, they would have to get the variance.
So my question for staff is, we just walked through this tonight where there was an annexation and a rezone immediately followed with a variance because they really did go together. Why isn't that being done tonight?
I think it's because the code for storage units, this is the first time we've applied it since we adopted it. And so I think our front counter staff were just not as familiar with those new conditions, perhaps as they should have been. Because now that I'm going through, as I went through this past week, I'm going through all the code and reading it again and making sure it's clear. I discovered that requirement, that 10-foot to eaves requirement near residential. And so
I would say in the future, and I don't know what we're going to do about it tonight, but it has to come. If there's a variance associated, it has to be together. Because this is putting us as a council in a very difficult place. So I'm not sure what to do about that, because you cannot separate the two in essence without at least having them both there on the same night.
Mayor,
so
may I just say though that if somebody were coming, boat and RV storage on our land use table is the same as self-storage. So right now, they could come in and they could request a CUP for self-storage, and they could meet with self-storage, mini storage, they could meet that condition of 10 feet. So depending on what they're choosing to do and how they want to structure this, you may not need the variance, you may need the variance. So, and that's just part of the analysis that staff has to do.
And Mayor, just not to keep reiterating, I just don't understand how a motorhome can be in a 10-foot high. So that's that.
Right. You can.
Mayor Queen.
Okay, yes.
It doesn't fit for me.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
I'm enjoying the
Thank you.
conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, one thing that we have that hasn't been covered is, and maybe you can clear this up for me, the traffic on Karcher has a divider. And right at that intersection, whatever it is. And you cannot gain entrance into this property if you're going north on Karcher because of that divider. The only way you get access is westbound on Karcher. Now, that's the same thing on Caldwell Boulevard. The only access you have is off of Caldwell Boulevard, and you have to turn south or turn right. You cannot gain access into this by turning into the traffic, crossing both lanes south. So that's an issue with me, and I think these boats and these RVs and whatever is going to be going through there, I see it's going to be a real problem because those are two of our highest areas of traffic. So, so am I right there?
I don't believe there's actually a divider there at that exact point.
I don't know.
Well,
Mayor,
get it
Councilman
current.
Rodriguez, you are correct on Karcher. The divider begins right at this, so right before right after the entrance to the apartments on the south end is where that divider begins.
That's correct.
So this east access here is not limited by that. And then there is not a median on Caldwell Boulevard there, and there is a center turn lane along the full section of Caldwell Boulevard. So any westbound traffic northwestbound traffic on Caldwell Boulevard would be able to turn into the turn lane and then into the site. Eastbound traffic on Karcher, they would likely end up turning on Middleton, coming up to the boulevard, and coming down into the site that direction.
Okay, so that's my point exactly, is that you're going to cause a roundabout effect. Well, maybe I shouldn't use that word, but you have to use in the right lane. Now, you have to be in the right lane. They call that right turns. You can't turn left. And so that's a real issue with me, because those are backed up on Caldwell Boulevard at that intersection where Kmart is, all the way up past the turn lane into that property by Christ the King. And so I have an issue with that as far as the traffic is concerned. The other thing is on Karcher itself. Now you have a high density with those apartment complexes, and there's about how many 400 or 500 people that live in that area. So I'm just concerned about that. I don't know, and that is a terrible area. When I go to Wells Fargo Bank, I can't turn left onto Karcher unless I want to take my life in my own day and just worry about if I'm going to make it or not. I have to turn right. So that's the area that I'm concerned about, and there's no solution for that as far as I know.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, one thing I would say is that the storage unit, or not storage unit, boat and RV storage use will generate less traffic than other commercial uses in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Rodney, just so that I'm clear, under your applicable regulations, B1?
In the staff report.
Yes.
What page is that on?
It is 270.
Okay.
Walls greater than 100 feet in length visible from right-of-way shall have facade changes. What is the intent of that? I thought you had stated that it's a BC zone, so the full length of that those property lines would be visible or not visible from the right-of-ways, but are required to have the same articulation that the road frontages would have.
So is your question that not along the roadways, but
I was just wondering this says visible from right-of-way, 100 feet. But we were talking about the full east and west property lines would have the same requirements for the BC zone.
I misspoke then if I said that. Yeah.
So that's not the case.
That's correct. It would only be along the right of way where you can see it. Yeah.
So back 100 feet from,
No,
Napa, Napa Caldwell Boulevard or Karcher Road?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, this condition is talking about if a wall is greater, a wall on the building is greater than 100 feet, it has to have changes in plane. So there has to be,
So are we falling back to the BC zone, the design review requirements, or not?
no, the storage unit requirements are those listed in 10.119 of our code, and the design review committee can put conditions on it,
Right.
but they are primarily focused on 10.119 for compliance.
Okay, that's where my confusion was, is because the articulation of the wall heights or inundation of the wall along the property line is something that the Design Review Commission normally reviews along with the 3 different material types.
Yeah.
But we're saying that's not the case along the full east and west property lines.
It's Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, it's the only things that the design review committee are intended to directly look at are those in 10.119, and they're not applying, like, for instance, the glazing conditions for
Right.
BC zone.
I'm asking, how far back along those properties does that articulation have to be placed? Is it only along the frontage?
It's only
And
along
back 100 feet or visible, whatever's visible from the right of way?
whatever's visible from the right of
Okay, so that's different than what I was told, or what you told me
way.
before.
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay. I just want to be clear, because that's a material cost to the development that should be significant.
The question, though, with this piece of property, because this is a very, very long piece of property, so you've got impact along a number of different areas. That's not a very good picture. It's difficult to see. There you go. What you're backing up to. Right?
Mayor, can I just, I know it's, there again, I know we have the mini storage sheds. Where's the church? Just, can you outline on the, I guess it'd be on the west side, what we're looking at?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go back to that other map, though, to do it, because I've got all it listed. here.
Okay,
So I went from bottom to top here.
right.
Light industrial zoning, Karcher Auto Body here. Karcher Moving and Storage, mini storage here.
Okay.
Weaver Distributing,
Help me with what that is.
it's a fastener supply
Okay,
company.
okay.
Supplier company.
Okay.
Red Dragon, it's martial arts studio. I think that might be in the same building. Let's see, Western Recycling, that must be maybe here. One of these two here.
Okay.
Smart Food Service is in the southern half here,
Okay.
and then Play It Again Sports in the northern half.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I should know where's the Christ of King Church? Where is it?
Right there on the east.
So it's in the east, and it's right on that, right next to that property.
Right there.
Yep.
See that?
Okay. Okay. And looks like that's about the only building that's on the east side.
Yeah, there is.
Wells Fargo,
What do we say down there? Yeah, Wells Fargo.
Yeah. So
Wells Fargo is there.
So both those entities, Wells Fargo and the church, would have been notified of this public hearing, and there was no one.
No response.
Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Rodney, is there any intended crossover access agreements or were presented in this, or is it meant to be just all internal?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, I believe it's all internal, but I haven't seen any agreements requested.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Rodney. Would it be fair to say then on the east side of the property where you have the church there, and then you have the bank at the far end off of Highway 55, but we're talking about 100 feet of the fencing that you can see off the right of way? Well, on any of those roads surrounding, can't you see that fence? And so the fence would have to change facade on the east side, wouldn't it?
Mayor and Councilman Levi, I just want to make sure this is clear. We're not talking about just fencing, usually what they'll do is they'll use the back of a storage unit wall to be their kind of exterior barrier for the inside of that property, right? So that's how they provide security. So anywhere that you have greater than 100 feet of length of wall, either here, here, or here, that you can see from the property, from the right-of-way, you would need to have facade changes. Same for the northern part of this. If it was along here, or here, or here, you'd have to have facade changes.
So anywhere in that triangle then around, coming around Caldwell Boulevard to make a turn on to, in the intersection there, what is that, what is the name of the intersection in front of where that Sherry's building is and coming around down Highway, yes, and Karcher. Anywhere on that road that you could look back and see that area, it doesn't matter. It's just on the ingress and egress only.
Yeah, so let's just make sure we look at that correctly.
That's what I was pointing out, is that 100 feet.
Walls greater than 100 feet in length. I think I have that in the code, or in the staff report in a little more detail. Nope, same. Walls greater than 100 feet in length visible from right-of-way shall have facade changes. Yeah, so that's kind of broad. So yeah, that's a great question. If you could see down here from the right-of-way, then you'd need to have changes in facade.
Okay, now we're back to my question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are still in the staff report. So this might be a time to go ahead, unless there's further questions right now, to go ahead and move into public hearing, and then we can come back and please write down your further questions, and we'll come back and readdress this. So I think I lost my sheet. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So this is a public hearing, and we don't have anyone signed up in support. We do have a couple people signed up in opposition. The first person is Rosemary Nelson. And Rosemary, as you come forward, go ahead and give your name and address.
My name, my residential address, where I live.
Whichever you prefer, yes.
Well, my name is Rosemary Nelson, and I live in Napa. My residence place is 11911 West Potato Drive in Napa. And also my business address is 2400 Sundance Road, which is Karcher Moving and Storage. I'm the storage facility over there. So I guess I'm here to oppose for the permit. And I'm still trying to understand, and I know we were talking about this, that the permit, that a RV and boat permit is something different than a storage facility. I don't, personally, I don't agree, because to me, anything that has a door, you know, it's a storage no matter what it is. I know the owners, I know the Karcher project, the owners of that has come to us and has said, you know, it's just going to be RV and boats. So a little bit history about us and why this whole moratorium happened was that we're a small business company. We own that storage facility, and about a year ago, with this old storage that has been happening, I'm so nervous, and my apologies on this. We bought the storage facility in August 2017, and when we did this, we did all our due diligence. We knew that there was that big piece of property over there, and at that time, when we bought, we were told that that was going to be some sort of residential. We did have no idea that it was going to be a storage. About last year, we were told that they were going to be building a storage facility, and we came to the city saying that, you know, it's causing some problems with us, some issues, because where we're located, there are 8 other storage facilities surrounding us. So it was causing a hardship on us, so it was causing some problems there for us. And when the moratorium came in, and one of the things we were asking is to see that this planning of this storage that they were planning to do is right next to us. 30 seconds, is that what I have? Oh, shit. So anyways, if this permit is going to be accepted for the RV and storage, we want to see what is going to be enforced, because to us, when you have an RV and, oh shit, I'm so nervous. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. RV and what is the permit going to enforce? Because once you have, I'm so nervous. Our concern is that if these enclosed units, if it's going to be RV or boats, because we know what I've experienced is that once the building is there, how many buildings are there going to be? How many units are there going to be? Is it going to be the whole 10 acres or 8 acres of all storage facilities, or not? If it's going to be RV, are they going to enforce, enforce that it's going to be an RV? Because once you have those, I'm so nervous. Anyways, I just don't agree. I'm still trying to fathom how an RV and boat storage is the same. It is competing with our business. We do have RV there, and I just need your help, honey, to help me out here. So anyways, if storage and RV boats, how many vehicles are there going to be there? How many are there going to be there? And one thing that I'm fearing as an owner is that once the boat there, is the permit going to enforce it's just going to be for boats, or if it's just going to be for storage? Like what the other gentleman was saying with the car issue, how much is it going to be the business and how it is? I don't want to be the person that will be looking out there and seeing all these moving vans. Oh, is it going to be an RV, or is it going to be that? What sort of enforcement is going to be there? I just, I just think it's just wrong. I think it's wrong to have any storage right next to our competition, especially when we are surrounded with so many storage facilities around us. We're right now, it's affected us. It's affected us financially. It's affected us in many other ways. And I just don't understand. I really don't understand. So anyways, if the permit is enforced, I really do believe that one thing to consider is, can you please, if it's going to be enforced, the permit, can you please help me, please, to let it be RV and boat only, and no other storage? And if so, how are you guys going to enforce it? Are their owners going to put it on the rental agreement that, this is only going to be for RV and boat? And if so, what happens if you have a tenant that starts putting their unit, which is kind of, there's two things together. I don't know if I'm trying to make myself clear in this, but anyways, I know I'm going around, and I hope you can help me.
Well,
and it's just convoluted because it's...
Yeah, Mayor, I'm just like, we need to keep, I'm just, there again, my prayer, we need to keep it 3 minutes.
Sorry, and I missed the...
If her husband wants to come up and
Yes.
continue, I guess that would be allowed, I would think.
So you would be allowed, because you are signed up to speak.
Mayor.
So, and I'm sorry, I did not see your sign. I apologize.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a couple questions that
Okay.
I believe would help me. Ma'am, if I may ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
One, in your current business, do you have or do you store any RVs or boats?
We do. We store RVs, yes.
Okay.
And it's all open, yes.
And then my second question, you had mentioned, and I meant to touch on this earlier, so I appreciate you brought this up, that there are 8 facilities close by in proximity. Do any of those units that you know of, do they allow for RV and boat storage?
I believe some do, yes. You have the U-Haul moving and storage. This is a little map, and this is within 4 miles ratio, and you can see there's 8.
Could we have that put up on the screen, please?
That'll need to come Public record now.
Yes.
And what's so hard is that now I'm going to have another storage facility.
So can you help me, please, Melanie? Because we have to limit it to answering my questions, or else you're going way over your 3 minutes. Is the red the storage units?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. So, got my bloody mouse. You can see there's Canyon Storage, Idaho Storage, U-Haul. I'm right there in the middle,
Okay,
That's-
okay,
And
thank
then
you.
all these are surrounding us. And there's a little bit more further out there, which is more than 5 miles.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. And just to follow up on what Councilman Bruner was saying, I was going to suggest that if you did not get through your testimony when the mayor asked if there's anyone that wasn't signed up, you might see if your husband wants to speak.
Okay, thank you. So the next person that is signed up is Richard Nelson.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just add a quick comment here?
Yes.
Just so, for better or worse, proximity of other storage units is not one of the conditions relevant to this conditional use application, nor is the inter-business competition between businesses. Maybe it would help if I read. Well, I won't do that. But in general, the question before council for conditional use permit is whether or not conditions can be placed on a use sufficient to have the use integrate into the surrounding district and appropriate uses in the district, so that the use will not have an adverse impact on the surrounding uses.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just writing down.
Mayor, may I ask legal a question, please?
Yes.
So would it have been wrong for us to have that then in the staff report of the surrounding uses?
Which specific portion, or Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, which specific portion?
To know that there were storage units in such close proximity?
Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, no. So the uses, there have been lots of very appropriate questions about the immediate surrounding uses, and those are all relevant to determining whether or not appropriate conditions can be placed on this use to mitigate negative impacts on the surrounding uses and the uses in the zone. So that portion of the staff report is appropriate. Once we start moving away from the site itself, then it becomes less appropriate.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I guess my confusion maybe was in the fact that when we were looking at the storage moratorium, we had the ability to look at what was surrounding and took that into consideration when we made that storage moratorium, and this is the same type of thing.
So Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, the difference is that the storage unit moratorium and the subsequent zone change were legislative policy-based decisions. At this point, we're making a quasi-judicial decision, and we're limited to the general conditions for conditional use permits and the specific conditions in the zoning ordinance related to conditional use permits for storage units. So there's that distinction there is why with the one, it's legislative, we're talking about a comprehensive zone change. We look at the entire city, the pros and cons of having a particular use in a particular zone. Those changes were made. This is now a conditional use in this zone, in this location, with a conditional use permit hearing before council. So then for this specific application, we apply the specific provisions related to a conditional use permit generally and for a storage unit specifically.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to ask a further clarification. So my understanding is one of the criteria is an adverse impact on surrounding uses. And then earlier, I had written down a note about enhancing the area. Is that came out in the staff report? Is that part of the criteria in a conditional use permit, or is that not?
So Mayor and Council, the general use permit criteria in Chapter 25 of Title 10 are if the proposed use conforms to the comp plan, the location, size, and design and operation characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties in the surrounding neighborhood, with consideration to be given to harmony and scale, bulk coverage and density, to the availability of public facilities and utilities, to the harmful effect, if any, upon desirable neighborhood character, to the generation of traffic and the capacity of surrounding streets, et cetera. The location, design, and site planning of the proposed development will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment, attractive to uses in its location, setting warrants, et cetera.
So living, working, or shopping, is that correct? What you just said?
Those are criteria for whether or not those are considerations relevant to whether or not sufficient conditions can be placed on a specific use to warrant it being in a particular location, yes.
Okay, and I have one follow-up question. We have been working on all of our hearings, looking at fiscal impact studies. Is that a criteria that we can apply on this?
The specific question of whether or not a specific use and its tax revenue generation or fiscal appropriateness for a zone is generally a zoning legislative question. At the point that we're at a conditional use permit hearing, Council has previously and through the course of time made the determination that this type of use is appropriate in this zone if sufficient conditions can be placed on it to mitigate negative impacts on the surrounding uses. So the general question of whether or not the use will generate more revenue is less appropriate for a conditional use permit. It is certainly appropriate for zoning zone changes and that class of code changes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so our next opportunity to speak, Richard Nelson. Richard, go ahead and state your address, and thank you. And you do have 3 minutes, and I'll try to catch it. I apologize. I heard the 30, and then I didn't see the final.
My name is Richard
Thank you.
Nelson. Address is 11911 West Buteo Drive in Nampa here. Our concern is it is going to affect our business, and it has, because we do also offer RV and boat storage. And again, we came to you folks originally a couple months back, but I mean, the quantity of storage facilities that are popping up literally within a 5-mile radius. I think it's absurd there's that many of these things coming up. And I don't agree with this permit. It is going to impact our business. It has and it will in the future. And I also don't think in terms of people trying to access this, whether it's coming off of Karcher Road and the only way they can pull in with a boat or an RV is to pull in off of Karcher or coming in off of Caldwell there, it's definitely going to impact the traffic in that area right there. And I'm not going to get into the tit for tat. Well, they're putting up storage facilities. Who's going to monitor? Okay, well, is it boats or RVs or people putting household goods inside of those facilities itself? But I bought the facility and I was told that there was going to be apartments put in that particular lot. Not that somebody else was going to be putting in another type of storage facility. I don't care if it's boats or RVs or it's another self-storage facility. I just disagree with it.
Thank you. Okay, we do not have anyone else signed up. in support or opposition. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak on this issue this evening? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come and provide your closing remarks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to maybe address questions. I heard a number of questions, and so would it be appropriate to answer some questions as we go around, or how would you like to do that?
If you would, well, go ahead and address the questions you thought, and then we will go ahead and ask questions of you if we need further clarity, but feel free to respond to those questions that you've heard, because this is the opportunity.
So I heard Council Rodriguez mention traffic issues, and we've studied traffic and how it compares with boat and RV storage. We've paid for numerous traffic projects, and the findings are, as staff said, that actually what we're replacing, the mobile home park that previously was there, our traffic will actually be less, so it'll be a positive impact to traffic. And I think staff mentioned that. We're planning to access the property from Caldwell Boulevard. There'd be a secondary access for fire and safety from Karcher. Maybe Mr. Bruner asked about some of the setbacks. We've incorporated a 150-foot setback. Wilson Auto has been our longtime tenant. We have a 35-year contract with them for them to continue to be there. And so they're going to retain the 150-foot, and it's from the short leg on the north side off of Caldwell Boulevard. To the south, we have a letter of intent with another tenant for a 150-foot setback, and that's shown on the documents that we presented. And when we spoke with you before, we were clear, I hope, that we intended to have the 150-foot buffer in accordance with the new regulations. I'm not sure, ma'am, if you had a question for me, but I'd sure be happy to answer anything if you do. So, Madam Mayor, do you have something?
A question that I just came to my mind was, I have written a note, the intent is not included in the application. So you mentioned that you are intending, you have these two properties, but if I heard from staff, it's not included in the application. Is that correct? So what do we as a body, this is kind of for you, because you're saying that you've got these two commercial uses, the 150 on both feet on both sides, but what I'm hearing is it's not in this application. So
my understanding is clearly shown on the document that we submitted, but
okay.
I don't know.
So we'll come back to that. We'll come back. Rodney, you're going to have to answer that question when you're up next. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the question that came to mind.
Access, egress, all the fire and safety, all of that stuff's on the document that we submitted. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Levi, do you have any questions?
Mayor, thank you. I was just going to make the comment that when I read about the intent, I was reading off of page 2 where it said the applicant had indicated interest in providing commercial buildings on both ends and so forth. It just, which is actually on 269 if you will look at the overall big packet, but page 2 within the report itself. In the second.
So Mayor, follow-up. So if I may, follow up to Councilwoman Levi. So you currently have a business already leasing from you?
Correct, yes. Wilson Auto has been there a number of years, and they're...
So you own that, but they're leasing the property from you?
Correct. There's a legal description that goes with what they are leasing from us.
Then on the north end, one more time, there is a structure there currently or not a structure?
There's a small office that's hooked to the well on the north side.
And that structure is where you're going to lease to another tenant?
No, Wilson Auto occupies that structure as their office for their business.
Maybe I'm at the wrong end. So
okay, north side.
At the other end,
Caldwell Boulevard is where Wilson Auto's at.
And so on Karcher, what is your plan there? I thought you also mentioned that there was...
We have a letter of intent with a commercial operation to build a facility there.
Okay, so it's not built yet, but...
No.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions right now, Jacob? Councilman Bauer, I should say.
So is there going to be like, is this going to be like, what kind of, RV boat? We're talking about like a super nice place where you go in and hose down your boats and RVs, like ones I've seen before in other places I've been at? Or can you kind of describe a little bit what you're imagining here?
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. We have multiple facilities on near Micron Technology. We have a facility we built there. We showed a number of photographs of it. It's all paved. It's essentially a fortress. So the exterior of the property is pre-engineered metal buildings. On the interior, it's canopies. It's all paved. This property would be all paved. Exterior would be again mostly enclosed facilities. To answer some of your questions about the and washdown stations, all the amenities, electrical for folks to plug in for a trickle charger, if you will, for their RV or their boat. There's washdown facilities. There's a dump facility that meets all the regulations for dumping in the sewer, an office. It's all secured, fenced. To answer some of your questions about the 100-foot viewing, we're 150 foot off the right-of-way. Our buildings we have 14 buildings planned, and they're all broken up so they meet the obligations of the design intent, so that they break that up. There's landscaping setbacks. We just submitted our entire plan today. Tomorrow, the final drawings are coming in tomorrow, so. But they all meet the obligations of the design intent.
Mayor Kling, sorry. No boat sales, though. You don't plan on any sales yards back in there?
No, other than what Wilson Auto already has there. They sell automobiles, for example. We met with the Nelsons a few times, our neighbors, and we discussed how our facility would be complementary to their facility. In 2015, my wife and I toured the facility before they bought it when it was for sale. We're intimately familiar with what's there. It's materially different than what we're proposing for our property. We went to them and we discussed that with them. We showed them how their doors are 8-foot doors. Their parking area is gravel. And so if somebody came to us and say, I would like a shorter door and I want to put my household goods, we would say, well, right next door is Karcher Storage. Here's a referral. Would you go over and see them? If they came to them and said, we want a 14-foot door and we want to be able to park our RV inside, we said we would hope they would reciprocate and say, next door there's 14-foot doors, and oh, by the way, here's our card. Would you tell them that we referred them to us? And so we do that in our other facilities. We have a referral agreement because boat and RV storage is materially different than walk-up storage as staff identified, and it is. So.
Thank you. Councilwoman Munchy.
Rodney, do we have any idea what might go into the old Kmart area? Is there any chance that that would become a high-density residential like it?
Why don't we hold that one until we're done with this particular,
Okay.
if you don't mind writing that
Yeah.
down, and we'll hold it until we're done here. We'll go to staff questions.
So Mayor, if I may, have you had any conversation with the church folks?
Not other, we have with the Williams, this is right next to us, and they sold their property to the church folks. The church folks haven't approached us. We have with the Williams, which is, they own, there's a parcel right on Caldwell Boulevard, and then they have a parcel for sale behind the bank. And we've talked to them, and they've shown interest. They said they'd like to sell us their property. They like what our plan is, our commercial look, improving the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm back to, I realize I'm getting back to old, with the variance which legal has talked about. So you're talking about 14-foot doors, so that pretty much answers my questions. Currently, your plan is to have over 10-foot high.
Well, when we were going through the last ordinance
Right.
work. One of the things that came up during that discussion was the 10-foot eve height, and staff asked us to explain what the eve heights would be, and it was our understanding it was written into the regulations that for this facility, these facilities, it would be an eve height of at least 15 feet.
Okay.
Because we have a freeboard of 12 inches above the door height for the eve height. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our applicant? Councilman Bauer?
From your knowledge, is there other storage units around with the descriptions of your facility, huge, to fit the size, 15-foot, structures and things like that?
Yeah. We do a feasibility study when we try to decide if we're going to do a project. And so we researched an area 5 miles radius, similar to what Ms. Nelson showed you. And we went to those facilities and we looked at them and we called on the phone and we asked, what do you have available? And I think we talked about this at the time when we were talking about feasibility and what would drive the market. So you pick up your phone and you say, can I park an RV? And the answer is no, we don't have anything that you're looking for. And I think, Commissioner Bauer, if you were to do that, you would find the same results that we have. It's not available. It's an amenity that we're bringing to the community that is needed. And there's a few out on, you can see them from the interstate. Those are filled up, and so it's very feasible that. And somebody asked how many units. It's about 245 units. Is what it is.
I know a major concern with RVs is sun damage.
Right.
So you can't just park it outside because then your thing's damaged in a couple years, right?
Right. So we have a canopy that they can go under, or they can. Some people like them fully enclosed with a outlet so they can plug it in, and then lighting when they go in there. So we have both of those. Yeah.
Can you tell me how many enclosed units you have, how many outdoor units you have, what your general price sizes of the units and the price points are going to be?
Pricing is at market, and the outdoor units are about 150 of them, and then about 100 that are enclosed. Those are round numbers, but I think it's 57 and 59 on the enclosed units. But so it's close to 100.
Are your enclosed units all the same size?
They're 14 by 40 and 14 by 35. So.
And do they all have the same door height?
14 foot, yes, ma'am.
They all have 14-foot doors?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the clear height. You're 13.6 on your top of your all your RVs are at least 13.6 for clearance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions for our applicant? Okay, for now, I think you're good, and we're going to switch over to staff questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Unless you have something else you needed to share. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just finally, again, we find that our application meets the requirements as were set forth. We believe it's the appropriate thing. We strongly believe we've met the requirements of the new zoning and ordinance requirements, and we look forward to building and moving forward with the project. And thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rodney, and I think Councilwoman Munchie has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Kling. Rodney, do we have any idea what might be going into the old Kmart? Is there any chance that that could become high-density residential like at Karcher Mall?
Mayor and Councilwoman Munchie, the only thing that I know of is a developer has talked to us just in concept form, and it did not include a residential development at that time.
Mayor?
Yes.
Rodney, question for you. I seem to remember something back prior to hearing that this was zoned for apartments, or there were going to be apartments. So I was looking in my desk drawer for the handy little uses that you give, and I couldn't find that, and I couldn't find something to click on in the packet. So are the apartments a use in business commercial, or has the zoning of this changed hands? I seem to remember something about apartments, and it was in a testimony earlier tonight, that the owner of the storage units to the west, when they did their due diligence, saw that they were going to, it was either zoned for apartments or they were going to build apartments. So I'd like to have that clarified.
Mayor and Councilwoman Levi, this property was at one time required to get a conditional use permit for multifamily development, which was apartments. That conditional use permit expired, though, because nothing occurred. I believe it was a previous owner, but I'm not sure about the owner of the property at that time.
So it was just the CUP issued under a BC zone.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think I heard another couple of questions that maybe I can address now.
Okay, please do.
So the applicant has submitted a drawing, and it's on the screen here, that does show 150 feet back. It doesn't say specifically, but I believe them that they're drawing it to scale. So 150 feet back on both sides of the property. I'll just move it so you can see that. So this is Karcher Road. And this is Caldwell Boulevard on the north side. However, the application doesn't state that they are requesting, that all the application requests is for RV and boat storage. So you just need to make sure that in your motion, you clarify that 150 feet from both Karcher and from Caldwell Boulevard, because that is a condition that we've put in the code that you can do up to 150 feet setback. That would make sure that gets implemented according to their concept drawing.
Can I ask a question about this? What is this bottom line right there? What is that?
This here,
Yes, all of that. What is that?
it says open canopy. So I would assume that's for that RV storage under a canopy rather than enclosed.
Okay, and that's longer than 100 feet. Is that correct?
It's not clear, but it appears to be.
So just because somebody put a break in their line, to me, that is not the intent of what we were looking to achieve. And so with that side, wouldn't that be required to have a nice wall that provides a nice wall along that entire side with a variation in design? I guess this is that's probably not part of this, but is that going to come back to us?
So, Mayor and Council, if there's a concern that an adjacent property, that it will be negatively impacted by the external appearance of that, and a reasonable condition can be placed on it to help mitigate that, then that is exactly what this hearing is for. So,
Okay, thank you.
just if the breaks in the wall are not enough to mitigate the negative impact on the neighboring use, then another reasonable modification on the wall would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Mayor, if I may, just, and it's totally out, how long has this internal land, not right on Karcher, not right on Napa-Caldwell, been vacant? Say the CUP for the apartments expired, so do you have any idea how long this has not been utilized
I don't know.
with anything? 10 years?
Mobile homes. There were. I think they're gone now.
I don't believe it's been 10 years. I think that mobile home park was there. Again, maybe the applicant could speak to that.
Well, I just saw a sign. There was no verbiage, but a sign from the applicant, so.
Okay.
Of 10. We haven't closed public hearing, so I guess we could come. I'm just curious how long that mobile park's been and if nothing's moving in there, we have no tax, base. I realize storage is not our best fiscal. We're not looking at that tonight, but yeah.
Mayor, there was one other question about the 10-foot eave height versus actually in our code, what we did when we adopted the code recently is we said for RVs and boat storage, the eaves could be 19 feet high.
I thought there was something, yeah.
But the problem, the challenge with this one is that in the code, we also wrote in that they would still be required to be 10 feet if they're next to or across from a residential district. So because to the south, we have that residential district, that is the reason that there's that concern, because the intent is to keep it kind of a residential feel. I don't know, I look at this property and I feel like it's kind of surrounded by commercial uses, but to the south is residential, so.
And so, Mayor, that's across the street though, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, that doesn't, in my personal, it doesn't affect, that's not residential, but, okay, thanks.
So I guess the question that I'm thinking about here is the impact to surrounding areas. What kind of walls, what kind of fencing is would be there? I mean, I have a couple comments, but we still have a public hearing open. We need to close our public hearing. I want to ensure that there are no further questions for the applicant or staff. Councilwoman Levi?
I was just going to state, point of order, the applicant wouldn't be able to come back up because they've already done their rebuttal. And then, so I don't think that they can come back up and talk anymore, can they?
Would that
Even
be
if the
correct?
testimony's open?
Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, you are correct.
Okay.
If the council wished to let the applicant speak again, it would be necessary to let other people who wish to testify respond specifically to the new thing that was brought up,
Okay.
and then to allow the applicant to rebut specifically to their response to that. So
Thank you.
in general, it's preferable not to, yes.
Okay. So with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, council discussion. And I do not want to quick jump in until we're done with discussion to a motion. So just as a warning, because sometimes we jump in so fast into a motion that we've not given opportunity to finish discussion, and I don't want to do that. So is there council discussion?
Mayor, I agree. I'm in favor of this, but not the way this, as far as the facade and so on is looking. So there would need to be conditions for that facade. But since they have the two external properties, would be commercial, and this is internal. The only concern I really have is the church, and they're not here to speak in favor or not in favor. So, but for me to say yes on this, there would need to be a facade changes from what they have in this diagram.
Yes.
Me personally, I like that it's RVs and boats. People that go into these type of establishments usually come wash up their boat and go across the street and eat it as a family at IOU Sushi or something like that. So I think if you look at some of these mini storage units, they have no value. I can see a little bit more of a value with this establishment with the type of clientele bringing into the city of Nampa. If it is as they present it, if it's a nice boats, RVs, hoses, high walls, things like that, I can see some benefit from it.
I think my only comment, I feel very limited in what I can comment because of legal and the explanation you've brought forward today. I'm going to just boldly say, I feel like we blew it, council, and I'm very disappointed because we worked diligently to not totally do this. We've got so many we've got an overabundance of storage units, and this one's maybe a little bit different. But from a process standpoint, I feel like we're going to have an internal talk about process, guys, because you need a variance coming in with an application, because so that we know what we're approving. Because once we do this, then the next piece is we have to approve the variance or we have mini storage. It's a reality. And the very thing that we're not approving is we're trying to reduce mini storage. The other thing we've had considerable discussion about is fiscal impact. So I'm very disappointed in what we've done as a city, because we've not accomplished what we really talked about doing, and we didn't accomplish what we said we were going to do. That said, today I understand that this is a conditional use permit, and we need to abide by the guidelines of a conditional use permit. Which means the fiscal impact study that we've worked to present, we're maybe not getting to apply that. And I think as a city, we need to, I am so I'm pro-business. And this, you know, I think that if the ground's been sitting there, and I'm pro-business, and I don't sound pro-business, so with that, I sincerely apologize. And I know if we said, would you consider multifamily in there, we would end up with a traffic impact problem. So really, if you look at highest and best use of that ground, it's hard to say. I don't know what to do. I appreciate the fact that and that's why I asked the questions I did, on the 14-foot door, the size, so it's not in direct competition. I hope it works as you've suggested. And what we want you to do, and what we want both of our families to do, is to succeed in business, because we do not want to put families out of business, especially when that's your livelihood that you've sacrificed for and invested in to have it succeed. And I'm sure that you can understand the difficulty that this puts us in. We had an intent as a council and where we were going, and I felt like we really failed in what we did. But we're in a little bit difficult place right here in where we are. So needless to say, by the time we end this night, I'm going to have a lot of people not like me, but I'm not here to be liked. We're here to make good decisions for our community long term, and we try to make the best decisions we can and looking out for where we're going. So I guess I wanted this, I'm talking to council more than anything about where we began with our storage issue and where we are today. So I'll be quiet at that.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to add one clarifying point. The conditional use permit, if one is granted tonight, can be specific to what has been proposed. So if there is a concern that a conditional use permit will be granted and then something different will show up, the conditional use permit would then be pulled, because that would not be in compliance with what was presented here tonight. So it is perfectly appropriate to have a condition of the conditional use permit, either this be as presented, but in RV storage and not be mini storage. So
Okay.
that
Thank you
control
for
doesn't
that
exist.
clarity. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mayor Clean,
Yes.
I'm not going to support this. One reason why is because the fiscal impact it will have on Richard and Rosemary Nelson's business already. And I agree with you. I don't know that the bottom line there, not more than 100 feet, was the actual intent. And I would like to see a better construction if that's going to go in like that. However, I can't ignore the Nelsons, and I will not. They were here first, and they need to stay here. I don't want to impose on them and any other businesses that's around that area. That's my stand.
Okay. Randy, so what's the will of the council?
I will say that, and I'm just guessing, but the taxable value of this development is in the $3 to $4 million range? Just one, or more than that? Okay, yeah. So when you look at the current use of the property, which is nothing, it's not creating a whole lot of jobs. Obviously, that's what you look at when you look at that analysis, Rodney, is how many jobs will it create? You know, what is the connections as far as to our utilities, the drain on that? It's not going to be hardly anything because it's going to self-contain all stormwater retention. But the the value of the property is going to be significantly increased. So I don't have a problem with supporting it. When Rodney said that they would have the same requirement for design review, the full length of the property lines, I thought, hey, it's a slam dunk with the fortress-style approach. But there needs to be sensitivity as far as to the visual corridors, because it is a sense a gateway area. But I don't have a problem with supporting this from the taxable increase of the base, but I do want to see some I guess. We never really talked about the landscape setbacks along the sides. It looks like there's landscape areas there that separate the buildings from the property lines on the east and west sides. Is that a true statement? I guess, can I ask Rodney that? I guess I just did.
I think you can ask staff. Is that correct or not?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, if you're asking just something, just clarifying, it's really preferable to keep everything within the scope of the record, but if we limit it to something that's just a clarifying question about, then okay.
Thank you.
You heard my question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, it appears to vary from about 21 feet down to somewhere close to 15 feet.
And it's indicated as being a landscape area or improved with asphalt?
It's not clear to me.
Well, we talked about fortress style, which means it would be up against normally that'd be up against the property lines. So that's where I was a little confused as far as what the intent was there. I guess I should have asked the question earlier. I was just waiting to see what the conversation would be here, but.
So this was not included in our packet, correct? I'm not finding it. And it was just presented this evening.
No, it was in the packet.
It was in the
Excuse me,
packet.
it was not in your packet. It was in our file, but it did not get put into the packet. So.
So can you tell me if the intent is that to be landscape area? Front loaded on the perimeter?
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I can interject, that's been up on the view board at this point. That's part of the record. If council needs to take a moment to pass that around through council and then make it available to members of the public, that's fine. But it was presented and entered into the record when it was presented by the applicant. That's when it was put up, right?
No, but Mayor, if Rodney's not determining whether it's landscape or not, I'm certainly not, so it's not going to do me any good.
Again, Mayor and Council, you can place conditions on this property.
Can I see that document?
Yeah, you will, for sure. And Mayor, can I go back so what I was seeing is there's not a solid wall. There was open canvas on that would be on the side, a wall, right?
So a canopy is typically
Canopy,
just a
I'm sorry.
roof with poles on the corners.
Yeah, and I'm not, okay.
Right, so we would need to have.
Yeah, there would need to be conditions, yeah.
Hard to read.
So I guess the question is, how do we get from here to there? Tonight? Right?
Well, get you
Where
make
do
a
we want to
motion.
go?
Well, just a new month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Randy's looking at it.
Somebody else want to look at it? I'm trying to read the keynotes and there's nothing that says anything other than maybe it's gravel.
So Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I mean, you're the expert can you not put conditions? It sounded like you were going to approve this, so if you made a motion and put conditions as far as on the outside facade and also landscaping, my understanding from legal, that is allowable?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, yes, if regardless of what the site plan may show currently as a proposed landscaping, if you think it's necessary to have landscaping conditions to mitigate harm to surrounding uses, then it's appropriate for you to put them there. If the applicant wants a modification or objects to them in some way, then they will have a later opportunity to do that. But at this point, you can do those with the public hearing is closed. So an opportunity for back and forth between the council and the applicant is passed.
Mayor Klein, I'll just make a motion. How's that?
Go for it.
I'll make a motion to deny the conditional use permit for a boat and RV storage facility at 2219 Calder Boulevard.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mayor Kling, I won't be supporting that motion.
Me neither.
Call for the vote?
Okay, roll call.
Brunner?
No.
Levi?
Yes, and clarify, that means I am in support of the denial, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Haverfield?
No.
Bauer?
No.
Bucci?
No. Wait, yes, so did I.
Yes.
So what is it?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
It's 3 and 3 again.
Yep, it's up to you.
3.
There you go, Mayor.
You're not making friends tonight.
I'm not making friends tonight.
At least 3 of us.
Do what's right.
Well, earlier I actually pondered what I would do if I were in this tonight. And I'm sorry, I'm not being quick about this because I'm really pondering it. Initially, my thought was I would deny it. And I'm thinking that's where I am. The challenge I have is you've got a major investment, and that is very difficult because you've got a major investment, but I understand the difference it's going to make and where we were going with our moratorium on storage units. And our initial intent was we have got to pause. And I think about the words that you shared, Legal shared about enhancing living, working, or shopping areas, making a difference in a positive area. Any adverse impact on surrounding uses, which it does have an adverse impact on surrounding uses. I am going to support the denial at this time, the motion as it was stated. So. I'm sorry? Okay. So, with that, that ends our public hearings this evening. I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Mayor Kling, I'll make that motion and take a 5-minute break.
Okay, and it's pursuant to Idaho Code 7420618 to consider hiring of a public officer or
We
employee.
need a second on the motion,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Was there a second?
No.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
I think we want to figure out that name too, though.